ജിബിൻ, ഹലോ ജിബിൻ, ജിബിനെ കേൾക്കാമോ?
മിസ്സ കേൾക്കാം, മിസ്സ കേൾക്കാം, മിസ്സ കേൾക്കാം.
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ഞാനെന്നാ ജിബിൻ അങ്ങ് ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യട്ടെ ഹോസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട്.
മിസ് ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ കയറിയിരിക്കുന്നത് മിസ്സിന്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ നിന്നാണ്. അപ്പൊ വന്നിട്ട് ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ പേര് മാറ്റിയിട്ടേക്കുന്നത്.
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഞാനങ്ങ് ഇത് ചെയ്താൽ മതിയല്ലോ, ഹോസ്റ്റ് മാറ്റിയാൽ മതിയല്ലോ.
ഹോസ്റ്റ് മാറ്റണ്ട, ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ ഇപ്പൊ കോ ഹോസ്റ്റാണ്.
ശരി ശരി ശരി, ഓക്കെ. അപ്പൊ അതൊരു ഇഷ്യൂ അല്ല അല്ലേ നോയൽ?
യെസ് മാം, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് വേണേ മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം ബാക്കിയുള്ളവരെ.
മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. മിസ്സിനെ ഇപ്പൊ ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ ഇപ്പൊ കോ ഹോസ്റ്റ് ആക്കും.
ഓക്കെ. അപ്പൊ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് എങ്ങനെയാ?
റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് പിള്ളേർ വന്നില്ല മിസ്, ഇതേവരെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ പിള്ളേര്. അപ്പൊ അവരുടെ ലാപ്പ് കിട്ടാൻ ഞങ്ങളിപ്പം ഞാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തോളാം ഇപ്പൊ തൽക്കാലത്തേക്ക്.
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, അവര് 10 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോ എത്തുമായിരിക്കും.
വരുമായിരിക്കും മിസ്സേ, കാരണം പിള്ളേർ വിളിച്ചപ്പോ ബ്ലോക്കിൽ വിട്ട് കിടക്കുവാന്നാ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഞാൻ ആ സമയത്തേക്ക് അത്ര ഞാൻ ഇന്ത്യത്തിനാണെങ്കിൽ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഞാൻ ഇട്ടേക്കാൻ ഞാൻ.
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇടുന്നില്ല, കാരണം ഇൻ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ എന്തായാലും ബ്രേക്ക് ആവും, എനിക്ക് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടൊക്കെ വരുമല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ മാത്രമല്ല എന്റെ പ്രസംഗം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അത് ഞാൻ പ്രിന്റ് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് ഇതിനകത്ത് നോക്കി വേണം വായിക്കാൻ ലാപ്ടോപ്പില്.
മനസ്സിലായി മാം.
അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെയാ വെച്ചാൽ അതൊന്ന് മാനേജ് ചെയ്തേക്കുക
മിസ്സേ. ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുള്ളത്, ഞാൻ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് എന്റെ ലാപ്പിൽ ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ്പൊ ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ മാത്രമായിരിക്കും മൊത്തം കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഞാൻ അതുകൊണ്ടായിരുന്നു പിള്ളേരോടും ശ്രേയോടൊക്കെ വരുന്ന കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു മിസ് രാവിലെ പറഞ്ഞു, ലൈക്ക് നെറ്റ് കണക്ടിവിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പിള്ളേർ ശ്രേയോടും ജസ്റ്റ് വരണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. അപ്പം
അവസാനം പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു.
അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ വന്നപ്പോൾ ലാപ്പ് ഒരെണ്ണം കുറഞ്ഞേ, അതായത് പ്രശ്നം.
മനസ്സിലായി. നോയൽ എന്തായാലും റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിൽക്കണ്ട. ഓക്കെ,
അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ വേറെ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേറെ ലാപ്പില്ല.
ഇപ്പൊ ജിബിന്റെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടൻ ഹോസ്റ്റ് ആണ്, എന്നാലല്ലേ നമുക്ക് ബാക്കിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടന്റെ ഹോസ്റ്റലിൽ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചേട്ടയ്ക്ക് വേറെ ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല.
എന്നാ ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം പറയട്ടെ, ലാലിജി എടുത്ത് ലാപ്ടോപ്പിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയട്ടെ.
ലാലിജി ചേച്ചിയോട് ഒന്ന് ലാപ്ടോപ്പിൽ റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഇടാൻ പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? കാരണം ഞാനും ജിബിൻ ചേട്ടനും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് ഒരുമിച്ചിരുന്നാൽ മാത്രമേ മിക്കവാറും നമുക്ക് ആ 100 പേരെ ഒന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പിള്ളേർ വരുന്നവരെ എല്ലാം കൂടെ പുറത്താക്കാൻ.
ഓക്കെ ശരി. അപ്പൊ ലാലിജയുടെ ഞാൻ ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം, റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലാലിജയുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിനകത്ത് ഞാൻ കേറിയിട്ട് എന്റെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം.
ലാലിജി ചേച്ചിയോട് കേറിക്കോളാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതി. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് ലാലിജി ചേച്ചി
ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് എടുത്തോണ്ട് വാ. അതെ ഓക്കെ. സെക്യൂരിറ്റി അവിടെ വാ. ഇവിടെ ടീച്ചർ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. കേറ്റ് വിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് വരാം. ശരി. അപ്പോഴേ
ലാലി ചേച്ചി കയറുമ്പോഴേക്കും ലാലി ചേച്ചി ഞങ്ങൾ കോഹോസ്റ്റ് ആക്കിയിട്ട് റെക്കോർഡിംഗിന്റെ ഓപ്ഷൻ കൊടുത്തോളാം.
അപ്പൊ ലാലിജ ചെയ്യട്ടെ. ലാലിജയുടെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പിൽ ഞാൻ കേറിയിട്ടെ. ഓക്കെ, കേറിയിട്ട് എന്റെ അതിനകത്ത് റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് പറയാം.
ശരി മാം, അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ വേറെ പ്രശ്നമൊന്നുമില്ല. എന്റെ അതിനകത്ത് ഞാൻ കോ ഹോസ്റ്റും കൂടി ആണല്ലോ.
അതെ.
അപ്പൊ ഹോസ്റ്റിനെയും കൂടെ വെക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ, അതോ 2 പേരെ പറ്റുള്ളൂ?
ഇല്ല, നമുക്ക് എത്ര പേരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും കോ ഹോസ്റ്റ് ആക്കാം. ഓക്കെ.
അപ്പൊ ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യാം, നമുക്ക് ലാലിജ കൂടെ കേറട്ടെ, എന്നിട്ട് അതിനകത്തും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് കോ ഹോസ്റ്റ് ആക്കി തന്നാൽ മതി. ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ചോണ്ടിരുന്നു വരുന്നു. ഓക്കെ. പിന്നെ അനിത ടീച്ചർ മിക്കവാറും കേറത്തില്ല. അപ്പൊ അതൊന്ന് ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഒന്ന് റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ? അതിനെ നമുക്ക് ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്തായിരുന്നോ?
ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്ത് മിസ് സെറ്റ് ആക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഒന്ന് അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടേ ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതൊന്ന് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ നോക്കിയാ, വീഡിയോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ നോക്കിയാ.
ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു, വീഡിയോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
നമുക്ക് ആ ടൈമിൽ ലാഗ് വരില്ലല്ലോ. ശ്രേയയുടെ അടുത്ത് ഇച്ചിരി ഒന്ന് നിക്കാൻ പറയണം. ശ്രേയ അത് മിക്കവാറും ഒരു 99% ടീച്ചർ കേറത്തില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഇവരിങ്ങനെ പ്ലേ ചെയ്ത് വരുന്നവരെ ഒന്ന് അവിടെ ഉരുണ്ട് കളിക്കണം കേട്ടോ. ഓക്കെ, എന്നാലേ നമുക്ക് ഒരു കണ്ടിന്യൂറ്റി കിട്ടുള്ളൂ. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ പുള്ളിക്കാരി കേറുന്ന പോലെ ഫീൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണം. അത് റെക്കോർഡാണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാവും. എന്നാൽ പോലും ആ രീതിയിൽ ഒന്ന് ചെറുതായിട്ടൊന്ന് പിടിച്ചു നിൽക്കണം. അപ്പോഴേക്കും നിങ്ങൾ അതിനു വേണ്ടി വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. ജിബിനെ
ടീച്ചറെ.
ശ്രേയ പറഞ്ഞ് തീരാൻ വേണ്ടി വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. അത് റൺ ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ശ്രേയ എന്തെങ്കിലും പറഞ്ഞങ്ങ് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്തോളും.
ഓക്കെ
ഓക്കെ, ഒരു ലാഗ് വരാതെ നോക്കിക്കോണം. ഓക്കെ, അത് നിങ്ങൾ തമ്മിലുള്ള കോർഡിനേഷൻ വേണം. നസീബ് സാർ മിക്കവാറും വരത്തില്ല. ഞാൻ ഒന്നുകൂടെ ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചു നോക്കട്ടെ. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ ശ്രേയ, നസീബ് സാർ ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് ഇവരുടെ അടുത്തൊന്ന് ചോദിച്ചേക്കണം, ലിസ്റ്റിൽ ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചേക്കണം. ഇല്ല എങ്കിൽ നേരെ ഗോപചന്ദ്ര സാറിനെ വിളിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഒരു പക്ഷേ നസീബ് സാർ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പിന്നെ വിളിച്ച് കയറ്റാം. ഓക്കെ, സാറിനെ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കയറ്റിക്കോണം. സജി സാറ് കയറും, രാവിലെ തന്നെ കയറും, പുള്ളിയെ ഒന്ന് കയറ്റിക്കോണം. സജി സാറ് മിക്കവാറും കേരള ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്നായിരിക്കും കയറുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ ഇവിടെ വി സി കയറുന്നത് കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്നായിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അതൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് കെയർഫുൾ ആയിരിക്കണം കേട്ടോ. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ടി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ വിളിച്ച് പറയുന്നുണ്ടിരിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ശരി ശരി. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ഇത് പ്ലേ ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങിക്കോ. ആൾക്കാർ കയറി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ചാറ്റ് ബോക്സിൽ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ആൻസർ ഇട്ടോണ്ടിരിക്കുക. എപ്പോ തുടങ്ങുന്നോ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതൊന്ന് കെയർഫുൾ ആയിരിക്കും. രണ്ടുപേരും ഒന്ന് കെയർഫുൾ ആയിരിക്കുക. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
നോയിലെ, ഇതിനകത്ത് ഈ ഷെയർ സ്ക്രീൻ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴേ ഇതിനകത്ത് എവിടെ പോയി? ഇതെടുത്തിടണം. അത് നമ്മുടെ മറ്റേ ഇതോടെ ലോണാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
ജിബിനെ, ഹലോ ഹലോ ജിബിനെ. അതെ, കേൾക്കാമല്ലോ. അതെ, അനിത ടീച്ചറ് വന്നപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ ഒന്നുകൂടെ ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചതായിരുന്നേ. ഹലോ ശ്രേയ മോളെ. കേൾക്കാമോ? അതെ, അനിത ടീച്ചറ് വിളിച്ചായിരുന്നു. നോയൽ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ? അതെ, അനിത ടീച്ചർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യും, പക്ഷേ മിക്കവാറും സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ്പോ ടീച്ചറിനെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ആ ടൈമിൽ അങ്ങ് വീഡിയോ പ്ലേ ചെയ്താൽ മതി എന്നാണ് ടീച്ചർ പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ടീച്ചർ ഉണ്ടാവും കേട്ടോ, എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ടീച്ചറിനെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. ഒരു പക്ഷേ ടീച്ചർ അതർവൈസ് വരാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട് എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്തോളാം ഇൻ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ. പക്ഷെ നമ്മളിപ്പം പ്രിപ്പയർ ആവേണ്ടത് എന്താണ്? വി ആർ പ്ലേയിങ് ദ വീഡിയോ. ഓക്കെ, പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ പറയരുത്, ടീച്ചറിന്റെ അഡ്രസ് ആണേ പറയാം. ഓക്കെ, അവിടെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ അതങ്ങ് നടക്കണം. ഫൈൻ. ഓക്കെ, റൈറ്റ്.
ബൈ.
ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
ജിമിൻ ചേട്ടാ, ഹലോ.
പറഞ്ഞോ ശ്രേയ, പറഞ്ഞോ.
നോയലെ, അതെ, ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം പറയട്ടെ. ഇപ്പം അനിത മാമിന്റെ വീഡിയോ സെറ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഞാനിപ്പം ദ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് സെറ്റഡ് ബൈ പ്രൊഫസർ ഡോക്ടർ അനിത വി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കുറച്ച് സ്പേസ് ഇടുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ നിങ്ങളത് സെറ്റ് ആക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഐ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് അനിത മാം ടു ഡെലിവർ ദി പ്രസിഡൻഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ് എന്നും കൂടി പറയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അത് വന്നോളൂല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ, ശരി.
അതെ, യൂട്യൂബ് എങ്ങനെ പോണു? ജിബിനെ?
യൂട്യൂബ് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്.
ആണോ? ലാഗ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ?
ഇല്ല, ചെറിയ ലാഗില്ല.
15 സെക്കൻഡ് ലാഗ് ഉണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, കുഴപ്പമില്ലല്ലോ. വോയിസും എല്ലാം കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ? വോയിസും വീഡിയോ എല്ലാം കാണുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ? ഉണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, ദെൻ ഫൈൻ. ജിബിനെ,
ടീച്ചറെ,
വീഡിയോ 1 ഫുൾ ഡേയുടെ വീഡിയോ ഇല്ലേ? ഡേ 1 ഫുൾ പ്രോഗ്രാമിന്റെ വീഡിയോ റൺ ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കെ. എന്നിട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ മ്യൂട്ട്, പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ കാണുന്നില്ല. നിങ്ങളുടേത് എന്നിട്ട് മ്യൂട്ട് ആയിരിക്കും, അവിടുത്തെ നോയ്സ് പുറത്ത് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, എന്നിട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ മ്യൂട്ട് ആക്കിയിട്ട് ബാക്കി ഇങ്ങനെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നവരെ ഒന്ന് മാനേജ് ചെയ്തോളുക. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ വീഡിയോ ഓൺ ആക്കിയ ഹോസ്റ്റിങ്ങിന് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവുമോ?
ഇല്ല, അത് ഓണാക്കി പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ ഓണാണ്, കുറച്ചു നേരമായിട്ട് ഓൺ ആയിരുന്നല്ലോ.
ഏതാണ്
വീഡിയോ? പക്ഷെ കാണുന്നില്ല. നമുക്ക് സ്ക്രീൻ ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നതായിട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ആ വീഡിയോയുടെ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ക്രീൻ ഷെയർ ആയിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമേ കാണുന്നുള്ളൂ. നമുക്ക് ആ വീഡിയോ ആയിട്ട് കാണുന്നില്ല.
അതെ ജിബിനെ, ഒന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണേ. ഒരു ഫോൾഡറിൽ ഡേ 1 എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഫോൾഡർ ഉണ്ട്. അതിനകത്താണ് ഫുൾ ഡേയുടെ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിപ്പോഴും റൺ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഏതാണ്ട് ഒരു 10 മിനിറ്റ്സ് ഉള്ളപ്പോ ഡേ 1 ഇനോഗ്രേഷന്റെ മാത്രം റൺ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പൊ ഇന്നത്തെ ഫുൾ പ്രോഗ്രാം ആദ്യം പോട്ടെ കേട്ടോ? ഓക്കെ, ഒന്ന് ട്രൈ ചെയ്തു. നോയലെ, ലാലിച്ച് കേറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ ഫൺ ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. നോയിലെ ലാലിച്ച് കേറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ ഫൺ ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. നോയിലെ ലാലിച്ച് കേറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഓക്കെ മാം ഏത് ഓക്കെ കണ്ടു
ഓക്കെ ഫൺ ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. നോയിലെ ലാലിച്ച് കേറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഓക്കെ മാം ഏത് ഓക്കെ കണ്ടു
ഓക്കെ ഫൺ ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്.
very warm good morning.
Hello?
Many worries about losing or losing.
Losing answer.
ഹലോ ടീച്ചറെ. ഹലോ.
Hello, Vaidya. Hello? Hello? Hello, Vaidya.
അതേപോലെ ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റിൽ ആണെങ്കിൽ
ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റിൽ അല്ലാതെ മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും.
മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അതല്ല
കുളിക്കുമ്പോ കാല് ഇതാറ്റി കഴുകുവോ? ഇങ്ങനെ ഇതാറ്റി കഴുകുവോ?
അത് നീ അങ്ങനെ വെക്കണ
കല്ലിലിട്ട് ഉരയ്ക്കണം. ഇങ്ങനെ 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 ഇട്ട് തേക്കണം. അത്
വെളിയില് കുളിക്കുന്ന മുമ്പേ വെളിയില് ചുമ്മാ നിൽക്കുന്നത്
in my dear friends, a warm good morning to one and all. Department of Economics is one of the earliest of the teaching and research departments started in the University of Kerala and first of its kind in economics in the state. The department actively engages in conducting various talks and conferences in its strive towards excellence and gathering and distributing information, and the 3-day conference is the latest addition to this list. The International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies experiences from around the world, conducted from 28th to 30th January 2021, is expected to discuss the experiences of researchers, practitioners, and participants of cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies from various parts of the world. Alfred Lord Tennyson has once said, "Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers." May you all reap wisdom from the conference. Moving on to the official proceedings of the conference, to officially welcome you all and give insights into the theme of the conference, I invite Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, who is the heart and soul of the conference.
Thank you, Shreya. Respected Professor Dr. Anitha V, Head of the Department of Economics. The most respected Professor Dr. V.P. Mahadevan Pillai, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. Respected Professor Dr. Saji Gomida, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. Professor Dr. Gopchandran KG, Member Syndicate, University of Kerala. Professor Manju S. Nair, Dean, Social Sciences, University of Kerala. My dear colleagues in the Department of Economics and sister departments, and my dear participants. A warm good morning and a hearty welcome to one and all who are virtually connected to the inaugural session of the third 3-day web conference on cooperatives, mutual aid and solidarity economies experiences from around the world. Thank you to each and everyone for being here with us today. My principal duty is to welcome the dignitaries and distinguished guests who kindly accepted our invitation to participate in the inaugural session. Before moving to my main task of delivering the welcome address, let me take this opportunity first to present a short description of the conference theme. People, especially in the global south, find their indigenous ways to tackle their economic needs, mostly using social support available in the neighborhood. While defining the social economy, otherwise known as the third sector, Gibson Graham argued that it is made up of cooperatives, mutual societies, voluntary organizations, foundations, social enterprises, and non-profits that put social objectives above business objectives. It is also pointed out that this wide variety of diverse economies has always been part of our world, practiced scrupulously by millions of people across the globe. As a vast country with more than 1 billion people belonging to various ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and economic backgrounds, India contains an extensive range of diverse economies. The celebrated experiences of self-employed Women's Association Seva, Mairada, and a large number of other women-specific initiatives are already in place and have been taking place in the country every day. India's SDGs is considered as the world's best kept secret because they are localized and democratic from the ground up. As a lot of women in India are not participating in economic activities, these women-specific initiatives help them to get mainstreamed in the development process. Cooperatives are also widespread in the Indian subcontinent, and in fact, a vast multitude of people depend on them. India is known as having the largest cooperative sector globally with 8.54 million registered cooperative societies. In short, it can be seen that the role played by such instrumentalities is significant in bringing a balance in the society, narrowing down the gap between haves and have-nots. In reality, the idea of solidarity economics is widely used in agriculture, manufacturing, service sector, marketing, finance, social welfare, and so on. It is in this broad backdrop the International Web Conference is set in, and experiences of researchers, practitioners, participants of cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies from various parts of the world. Solidarity and social economics is an emerging area in economics, and even within the economic sphere, it spreads across various subject areas such as cooperative economics, agricultural economics, industrial economics, economic geography, economic history, financial economics, etc. It too transcends the borders and reaches out to other disciplines such as management, commerce, anthropology, sociology, political science, history, etc. That is the reason why we have got a palette of scholars in this conference who profess a wide range of disciplines. Eminent speakers from abroad and India have kindly consented to give out special addresses. Such special addresses are scheduled in 3 days. In addition to that, research papers will be presented under 10 sub-themes such as alliances in agriculture, clustering in industry, cooperatives, women collectives, mutual aid, civil society, social economy, collective responsibility and sustainability, and social innovation. We received an overwhelming response from the scholars from India and abroad. More than 650 people from around the world registered for the conference. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this web conference, and let me move on to the formal side of my duty, that is delivering the welcome address. First of all, I would like to extend a special welcome to the President of the inaugural session, Professor Dr. Anita V., Head of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to this conference. Being an expert in the development and environmental economics, she is always a constant support behind all activities for all of us in the Department of Economics. She will be delivering the presidential address today morning. Madam, I warmly welcome you to this August function. Next, I would extend my warm welcome to Professor Dr. P.V. Mahadevan Pillai, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala. Our most respected Vice Chancellor has kindly consented to inaugurate this web conference. He is a world-renowned academician and a noted scholar in optoelectronics and material sciences, with an ample number of publications to his credit. He is always keen on ensuring quality higher education and aims to bring up the University of Kerala to global standards. In the university, he is a constant and continuous source of inspiration and motivation for all of us. He is continuously a strength behind all the academic activities we conduct here in the Mother University of Kerala. This web conference is a good example for that, as it is sponsored by the University of Kerala. Today, on behalf of the Department of Economics and my behalf, I warmly welcome you, sir, to the web conference inaugural function. Professor Dr. Saji Kubinath, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, has joined us today to deliver the keynote address. He is a well-known academician, management expert, and strategist in Kerala. He served as the Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala, Director, Kerala Academy of Skills Excellence, and CEO of the Kerala Startup Mission before assuming the current position some months back. We are highly privileged by your esteemed presence. On behalf of the Department of Economics and my behalf, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. Professor Dr. Gopchandran KG, Member Syndicate, has also joined us to deliver felicitation address. He is currently a professor in optoelectronics in University of Kerala and a great scholar in material sciences. He has a commendable number of publications to his credit. On behalf of the Department of Economics and my behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Professor Dr. Manju S. Nair, Dean of Social Sciences, joined us to give out the felicitation. Being an eminent economist with expertise in macroeconomics and econometrics, we all are so proud that she is part of our department. On behalf of the Department of Economics and my behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you, Madam. I take this opportunity to welcome all my colleagues in the Department of Economics, Professor Abdul Salim, Professor A.K. Prasad, Professor Shija Esa, and Mr. Siddiq Rabiat to this inaugural function. I also welcome all the resource persons, especially Professor Carolyn Shenas from York University and Dr. Maribel Moray from Miami Institute of Social Sciences, and all the paper presenters to this function. Once again, a very warm welcome to each and one of you who are participating in the inaugural session. Please participate in the web conference meaningfully and make this conference a grand success. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us. Please stay tuned for the next 3 days and deliberate on the various issues of solidarity economics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The department is headed by Professor Dr. Anita V. Now I invite Anita ma'am to deliver the presidential address. Please, ma'am.
A very warm good morning to one and all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor V.P. Mahadev Pillai, respected syndicate members, Dr. S. Nasir, Professor Gopchandran, the Dean, School of Social Sciences, Professor Manju S. Nair, Dr. Christabel P.J., the Organizing Secretary of this seminar, Noel Sebastian, distinguished delegates, and my dear colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to see that Dr. Christabel is organizing an international web conference on cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies, experiences from around the world with the financial support of University of Kerala. The topic is very relevant in the current neoliberal framework of development, where the world economies, particularly Indian economy, experienced great transformation in the last century. Market is dominating everywhere and society is embedded in it. It set political limit and the extractive growth is not sustainable, which affects the natural resources, socially vulnerable groups, etc. Likewise, exploitation of cheap labor leads to unsustainable extractive growth. Researchers across the world have come to the conclusion that new models are needed to move the societies onto a path of resilient economic growth. As we know that a good society is supported by fundamental values of freedom, justice, and solidarity. It has to be deliberately shaped and does not evolve. Solidarity framework is an important system of recognizing the society and a way out from all these. In that framework, we may expect a system in which market is embedded in the society with negligible or no gap in the real and financial growth, which will equip the Indian economy to achieve the philosophical slogan, "No one leave behind" in 2030. This conference will be a platform for discussing the need and challenges of solidarity economies, and solutions from different researchers will increase the coverage of the topic. I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Christabel for this commendable initiative, and we look forward valuable policy implications from the web conference. Thank you all. Very warm good morning.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Moving on to the formal inauguration of this session. The formal inauguration of this session is done by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala, with utmost respect I cordially invite Professor Dr. B.P. Mahavan, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala, to the honors. Please.
Respected Head of the Department, Dr. Anita V. The Conference Organizing Secretary, Dr. Christabel PJ. The Dean of the Social Science, Professor Manju S. Nair. My dear colleague, Dr. Gopchandran KG, Member Syndicate. Distinguished Professor Dr. Saji Gobinath, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Professor Dr. Caroline Shanas Hussain, York University, Canada, Professor Maribel Mori, Miami Institute of Social Sciences, other resource persons of the conference, dear colleagues of the departments of economics, students, resource scholars, and delegates. A warm good morning to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to give the inaugural address and spend some time with you. A very important objective of every seminar is to critically examine the existing knowledge and generate new knowledge and understanding. I am sure that the presentations here will be on actual research carried out by the resource persons. This will help us in getting deep understanding of the subject and the current status of the research on the subject. I request the participants to take note of the points presented, critically examine them, and raise issues for more clarifications and understanding. This is what is expected as the role of delegates, namely deliberation and carry forward thought process. For the past 1 year, the pandemic COVID-19 engulfed the world, while lockdown and social distancing result in productivity loss on the one hand. They cause a sharp decline in demand for goods and services by the consumers in the market on the other hand, thus leading to a collapse in economic activity. The crisis witnessed a horrifying mass exodus of floating population of migrants on foot amidst countrywide lockdown. Many worries about losing the job and the absence of social security net makes their lives terrible. The pandemic once again made us rethink the development paradigm followed by the economies around the world. In other words, the world is thinking about alternative mechanisms to include the excluded to the ambit of development. The people worldwide engage in social and solidarity economics, which helps themselves, their community, and society on their terms. Solidarity economy or social and solidarity economy refers to a wide range of economic activities that aim to prioritize social profitability instead of purely financial profits. A key feature that distinguishes solidarity economy entities from private and public enterprises is the participatory and democratic nature of governance in decision-making process. Active participation of all people involved in decision-making procedures contributes to their empowerment as active political subjects. However, different SSC organizational structures reflect variations in democratic governance and inclusive participation. India is well known for its self-help and mutual aid sector. The richness in the social economic shades contributes to the core of business life to the disadvantaged sections, which constitute more than 1.35 billion people in the country who belongs to various ethnic, cultural, linguistics, and economic backgrounds. A massive number of primary agricultural, fishermen credit societies, and numerous service societies and workers' societies, microfinance institutions are some of them. Our state of Kerala has a long tradition of solidarity and diverse economies. Even before independence, it was evident in the social milieu of Kerala that communities mobilized investment capital through local mutual funds. These local funds, popularly known as kuris and chittis, are indigenously developed and tailored to the people's needs. The history of all cooperatives in Kerala is also commendable, and it engages with almost all the activities of the state, including labor, services, agriculture production and processing, traditional industries, and so on. Another celebrated model in the modern times is Kudumbashree, which is acclaimed as the Asia's largest women's movement with 45 lakh members in it. Our people were raised to the situation when Kerala was hit with the worst flood in nearly a century by extending help in many ways to the affected fellow beings. During the lockdown of 2020, we set up community kitchens in all the wards across the state to provide food for the migrant laborers and the needy. University of Kerala, especially the Department of Economics, is committed to social ideals of public higher education and the mission of the economic empowerment of the marginalized and oppressed among us. We adopt villages and schools and try to reach out to the people around us. In the acute COVID-19 pandemic situation, when other universities are confused how to conduct the examination, we have come out with a model for others to follow. By conducting the examinations, by extending our examination centers to other districts of Kerala state and to Lakshadweep for the convenience of the students. University has also provided financial assistance of rupees 10,000 each to all the examination centers and to make arrangements as per COVID-19 protocol to conduct the examination. The topic of the web conference is thus highly relevant, and I hope vibrant discussions on various aspects of social and solidarity economics will happen in the 3 days. Experts from India and abroad are deliberating upon different areas. Professor Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor, Kerala Digital University, Professor Caroline Shanas Hussain, Canada, and Professor Maribel Mori, Miami Institute of Social Science, USA, are the prominent speakers. I declare the International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid, and Solidarity Economies experiences from around the world is inaugurated. I extend my sincere wishes for successful conduct of the web conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening words and for formally inaugurating the session. Felicitations add color and charm to any session. Now I request Member Syndicate, University of Kerala, Professor Dr. Gopchandran KJ, sir, to deliver his felicitation speech. Please, sir. Excuse me, sir. Kindly unmute the.
So, a respected Professor Anida, Head of the Department of Economics, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Kerala, Professor Mahadevan Pillai, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Digital University of Kerala, Professor Saji Gopinath, Professor Manju S. Nair, the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Christabel, the Organizing Secretary of this prestigious seminar, other dignitaries including Dr. Caroline and most respected other dignitaries, research scholars, and my dear student participants. Department of Economics, University of Kerala is one of the vibrant departments of this university. And now we are living with the COVID pandemic, and we are trying to live along with the COVID pandemic. Like that, now we are living with the capitalism. So capitalism has made too many cracks in our society. I think the main objective of this seminar may be to find out solutions for these things, just like cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economics. Kerala has already proved that the cooperative sector is a very highly significant sector. You see, the Kerala's left government has successfully started the Kerala Bank, and we expect that Kerala Bank is likely to emerge as the #1 bank of the state in the coming years. So that on one side of capitalism, it is possible to make alternatives. And this seminar may help our young participants and researchers to identify new areas and alternatives. And in addition to that, on the other side, we are having the big data analysis and artificial intelligence. as an information technology person, I believe that this will definitely give innovation, innovative findings in these fields, such as mutual aid and cooperatives. So if you apply new computer programs, definitely you can have novel findings and alternative solutions, and sometimes we will be able to defeat the capitalism. And I wish all the success for this seminar, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Next in line is felicitation from none other than our own family member. I invite Professor Manju S. Nair, Dean School of Social Sciences and Associate Professor of the Department, to deliver her felicitation speech.
Okay, thank you, Shreya. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Kerala, Professor Dr. Mahadevan Pillai, Honorable Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Professor Dr. Saji Gominath, Dr. Caroline from York University, Canada, Professor Dr. Gopchand, Honorable Syndicate, respected Syndicate Member of University of Kerala, Professor Dr. Anita, most respected Head of the Department of Economics, and other teachers, friends, and dear students. So I take this opportunity to congratulate our colleague, Dr. Christabel, for the efforts that she had taken to organize this very prestigious international conference. I also place on record our deep sense of gratitude towards the university authorities, particularly to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, for providing all guidance and support and motivation to organize such conferences and all other academic endeavors. And coming to the topic, my purpose is just to give a felicitation, but I understand that the subject is very important because globally there is an increasing recognition of the fact that one size fits all development policy has its own inherent limitations, and a development policy which does not take into consideration the local specifics, that is particularly the social, the economic, the demographic and geographic background of the particular place that we are looking into. If you are not taking into consideration those aspects, then the development policy is going to fail. And it is in this context that solidarity economics becomes very important, because solidarity economics focuses not merely on economic profit, but it focuses on what is called the social profitability, or the social factors that you speak in the development process. And as students of economics, social sciences, and other social sciences know that the dominant neoclassical strategy in which capitalism is built upon, it points to the economy as a singular place or a singular space in which the market actors seek to maximize their gain in the context of scarce resources. And these actors play in a profit-seeking drama on a stage which is only what the monopoly actors in the field is only the market, and in some ways facilitated by the state. Against this narrow approach, solidarity economics embraces a very plural and cultural view of the economy as a common on which individual communities and organizations generate livelihood through many different ways, with many different motivations and aspirations. And that is why we say that solidarity economics doesn't have a linear view of the whole development process, a circular view of the economy as a whole. And world over, we see such experiments, and we have different very respected speakers from different parts of the world who will be speaking on their own country experiences. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor was explaining in his presidential address, we have our own Kerala model of solidarity economics itself, even though we didn't use the term solidarity economics during our Kerala model of development. Kerala model of development, which speaks on high levels of human indices with low levels of limited resources, is attributed to several factors, of which this concept of solidarity is a very important factor. But we have not used this term itself, but we speak on civil society activism, the Haber of idea of public space and public sphere that has been very dominant in Kerala in terms of the discussions, the deliberations, the debates that we had on different aspects of Kerala's development. And that has contributed definitely to the Kerala's particular path of progress and development. And as our Vice Chancellor was mentioning, during the pandemic times, we know lots of interventions have been happening when the state failed. Our idea of care, our idea of cooperation, our idea of community, our idea of society, that has been so close to each of our heart as Keralites. We have been speaking on this and we have been acting also on this behalf during any times of emergency. And the role that our civil society or particular voluntary organizations, we have lots of examples of these alternatives in all fields of education, in health, in tribal movements, even the Kudumbasri, in women empowerment, everywhere in different aspects of social life, we have such movements. And I understand that we have different persons who are going to present their papers on each of these aspects. So I'm not speaking on these issues. I'd just like to share maybe one or two sentences on the research work that I have been doing on this area. Now we have a very good example of rejuvenating Killiyar River, the Killiyar mission that happened under the Trivandrum Corporation, where this river, which has been highly polluted, has been recreated or rejuvenated, or integrated watershed management has taken place only because of this concept of solidarity, where around 30 from Trivandrum were working in the river for cleaning it and for using it for what, even as source of livelihood. That's one example which has been documented in literature recently as an example. We have the National Rural Livelihood Mission, which is operating across the tribal areas, particularly in Attapadi, which has been proved very successful in creating livelihood for the tribal population. Another very successful case of solidarity movements that is happening now in Palakkad district and Wayanad district. Then the agroecological transitions that are happening across Kerala, the organic movements. I'm also presenting a paper on this, the agroecology as a science and as a practice and as a movement that is happening in Wayanad and Kasaragod. Which is activating against what intense mode of agriculture that is popularized by the capitalist movement, is another example, dominant example of solidarity economy that is happening in the field of agriculture. And even the democratic decentralization process that Kerala has been undergoing over the last 25 years is the best example of the way by which solidarity behavior can help in progressing an economy. That's also in particularly in health sector, in other livelihood measures. This decentralization process has been, it's again a bottom top up process. That's also another example. So as Professor Gopchandran was telling, students can do immense research on these areas and produce very good maybe discussions in this field. So these are all different the ideas that economic students have been working on. So I would like to once again congratulate the organizers, our own department, for this international webinar. And I also believe that this type of discussions will move the subject of economics from its limited sphere that people now criticize, that is from the monoculture capitalist mode, to what is called a solidarity based one, which will focus on a happy and contented society. That is what I wish, and I pray and wish that this seminar will be very useful for our own students, maybe participants from across the world, to think or to redirect our subject into a more humane approach. So thank you so much, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed a thought-provoking speech. Gratitude towards everyone who have participated in this session cannot be put in words. But since it is officially wearing, I summon Mr. Noel Sebastian of 2nd MA Economics to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire department.
Good morning, Monato. Cooperatives, mutual societies, organizations of similar nature play a key role in the development of third world countries. It is high time to unleash the potential and managing human resources through cooperatives. We have many success stories, and they are the harbingers of growth in their respective environment. We have come to the concluding session of the inaugural ceremony of the 3-day International Web Conference. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Anita V., Professor, Head of the Department of Economics, for delivering the presidential address. I thank Professor Dr. V.P. Mahadevin Pillai, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala, for inaugurating the International Web Conference. I thank Dr. S. Naseeb for his continued support for our ventures, though he was unable to make it today. It is my pleasure to extend gratitude towards Professor Dr. Gopchandran Kechi, Member Syndicate, and Professor Manju S. Nair, Dean of Social Science, University of Kerala, for extending facilitations. With great pleasure, I extend my gratitude towards Dr. Christabel Peche, Associate Professor of Department of Economics and the Organizing Secretary of the International Web Conference. It is her relentless struggle that flowered this event. Professor Caroline have joined us from York University, Toronto, and Maribel Morey from Miami Institute. I thank the professors of Department of Economics and all other esteemed guests and participants of the conference. It is my pleasure to thank Shreya R for coordinating the event for the day. I wish all participants a 3-day productive session ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, Noel. Thus, the inaugural session has come to an end, and we shall move on to the keynote address. Now, myself, Shreya, hand over to Ms. Ashna Elizabeth Koshi, who will tour you through the session. Thank you all for your immense cooperation.
Thank you, Shreya. Now, we are moving on to the keynote address session. Honorable Chief Guest, respected dignitaries, teachers, and dear friends. Today, we have with us Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology, to deliver the keynote address for the inaugural session of the International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, organized by the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Being the first digital university in Kerala, Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology was established in 2020, upgrading the Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Kerala. The digital university is aimed to look at various challenges, opportunities, and the tools and techniques which requires for one to excel in this digital world by facilitating studies and research work on latest technologies like artificial intelligence, data analytics, blockchain, cognitive science, and augmented reality. A very few words about Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath. Before appointed as the first Vice Chancellor of Kerala Digital University, Dr. Saji Gopinath served as the Chief Executive Officer of Kerala Startup Mission, who had transformed the startup ecosystem in the state as the best one in the country. Under his leadership, the state has bagged the top performer honor in state's startup ranking announced by Government of India for 2 consecutive years, 2018 and 2019. He has inspired many youths with his knowledge and experiences. A mechanical engineer with PhD in management from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Dr. Saji Gopinath served IIM Kozhikode for over 17 years as Professor in Quantitative Methods and Operations Management, Dean Academic and Dean Development, and established the satellite campus of IIM Kochi and Amritsar. He served as the founding Dean of Bennett University, a modern age multidisciplinary university established at Greater Noida. He also served as the Director of Kerala Academy of Skills Excellence, Managing Director of IIITMK, which later converted into Kerala Digital University, as well as at various national boards, academic syndicates, and also with several leading global universities. Dr. Saji Gopinath is a recipient of several national and international awards. ISTE National Award 1997, National Award for Best Integrated Agri-Processing Project 2005, London Business School Best Case Study Award 2009, British Council Knowledge Partnership Fellowship 2012, Education Leadership Award 2015, Kerala Management Association Technology Leadership Award 2019 are some of them. He has published many research papers in several national and international journals. A very energetic, tireless, and inspirational personality with professional execution capability, Dr. Saji Gopinath is here with us to inspire us with his knowledge and experience. It is indeed a great honor to every one of us to have him here today. With utmost pleasure and happiness, I, on behalf of Department of Economics and all others gathered here, welcome you, sir, to the web conference. I also welcome all the participants who have registered and participating in the event today. We appreciate your interest for registering to the event, and we believe that this web conference will really be useful to each one of you. Welcome all. Also, there will be a chance to interact with our esteemed chief guest. You can type your questions in the chat box. Questions will be collected from YouTube and Facebook chat boxes as well. And at the end of the session, these questions will be shared. I request each of you to take this as an exciting opportunity to connect with Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath and to make the most out of it. So now I would like to formally invite Dr. Saji Gopinath to take over the session. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries, professors from Kerala University, and other esteemed participants. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank organizers, especially Professor Christabel, for inviting me today to deliver this keynote address on a very important conference, deliberating on a very important theme of solidarity economy models, mutual aid, and cooperatives. I have been primarily a professor in management, and most of my time I spent in Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and was working very closely with cooperatives, basically looking at how do you look at the scalability and economic development of it. We discussed in the morning session how the solidarity economy is actually emerging as a key alternative to the perils of what is happening in the world. So I will make a brief presentation on some of the thoughts and some of the activities which we have done, specifically in the context of the cooperative development. I'll speak more on the cooperative development, but many of the challenges which the cooperatives face are actually similar. Challenges are there for other forms of solidarity economy models, be it self-help groups, be it the other mutual aid organizations. So from an economic point of view, from a macroeconomic point of view, the type of challenges which we face when you look at the growth is something which I will look at in the next 30 to 35 minutes, and then we will open up for the questions. So let me share my screen. I hope it is visible to you. So I will primarily look at this aspect of economic empowerment and growth through cooperatives. And we know that specifically at this point of time when we are speaking about on this conference, we have very happy news that the World Cooperative Economy Monitor, which most of you know that is a key publication by International Cooperative Alliance to look at the health of cooperative economy across the world, has actually ranked one of the cooperatives, first time from Kerala, as the world's #2 in the industry and utility space. From the country, earlier we had Amul, the Gujarat Milk Marketing Cooperative Federation, as well as IFCO, which has been looked at as similar positions in the agriculture space. But it's a matter of great pride that a cooperative, a labor cooperative from a very small village in Kerala could actually get into the top global recognition. So I will speak about that also in this session, because I was fortunate to associate with this cooperative for almost last 15 years in a very close quarters to see how some of the key challenges which you face when you are looking at the growth of cooperatives is being addressed by them. And some of those are areas where we could do further on the research, which actually poses the problems and good areas of further development. So basically, the motivation and the context for this is that we have enough literature on how the resilience of cooperatives and mutual aid institutions work when you are faced with disruptions. Not speaking about the pandemic which we are facing today, which is also being now discussed, but even the financial crisis which we faced globally during 2008 and even before that, how some of the cooperatives and cooperative institutions and the nations which depend substantially on cooperative movement is actually being able to come out of that. It's been very well documented. But there's an interesting paradox there, and that's something which I will discuss a little bit more detail. In fact, I would like to discuss two specific large, according to me, as paradoxes which need to be looked at from a researcher's point of view to work on further. The second thing is we also look at, leading from that, we look at some cooperatives as a key vehicle for economic empowerment. And when you are looking at mutual aid organizations globally, we see that while they do a great job in addressing the immediate challenges, the subsistence requirement, the growth portion of it is actually missing as a whole. I mean, there are exceptions. You have Seva, which could be a great exception. Kudumbashree to some extent is an exception. But if you see globally, when you look at the data, and I'll share some of the data with you as I proceed, you see that they basically look at subsistence as a key element, and the key economic activity or an economic institution, there is miles to go. And there could be challenges to that. And specifically when you look at the non-farm cooperatives, and I put it in the bracket because with some of the changes in the laws which is happening in this country, even the farm cooperatives are also going to have the similar problem which currently the non-farm cooperatives are facing. So maybe at the time of discussion, we can elaborate more on that. So from a sort of an action research point of view, from a point of view of a case study of one of the cooperative which I mentioned some time back, which actually could grow from a very, very humble beginnings to one of the largest cooperative in the world, we can actually learn some of the cases from that, some of the learnings from that. That's some forms my third theme of this session per se. So, so with that, let me get into the details which we were discussing. We actually spoke about cooperative sector and mutual aid sector as a very key element or third alternative, which is very true. If you look at today, the latest 2019 World Economy, Cooperative Economy Monitor speaks about close to 1 billion people have directly been involved in some activity with the cooperative. We have close to around 3 million cooperative, and like Dr. Christabel has rightly pointed out in her inaugural speech, you have almost 1/3 of them in India. You have of the 3 million, in fact, a little less than 3 million, you have 854,000 of cooperatives are from India. And you also have similar in other part of the Asia, and which gives close to around 10% of employed population is actually working in startups in this sector. Now, if you look at the wealth creation which has happened, we see that the 300 top cooperatives turnover exceeds around $2 trillion. And of course, you know that many of the cooperatives are very small size, and we are not looking at that. When we look at large cooperatives across the world, the top 300 actually looks at close to almost 2 trillion. And there's a wide variety of sectors in which they operate, and there's very strong resilience of them in the economic turmoil. And there's a very detailed study done by ILO in 2013, which actually looked at how cooperatives behaved and came out into the. I will not touch upon that in more detail now, but that's an interesting thing to look at for people who are working in this area. But what I am more interested to put into this August audience is that when you look at as an economic institution, it's important that we need to compare with comparable economic institutions. This is basically where the challenge. When you have 300 top cooperatives contributing to $2 trillion, you have 5 corporate entities which contribute almost similar amount as far as turnover is concerned. You see this, the world has a challenge, a very, very skewed way of the wealth creation as well as wealth distribution which is happening. You see that market, if you look at market capitalization, which is a general measure, which is a capitalist economy measures, if you look at one company called Apple, have got a market capitalization close to 2 trillion, which we spoke about in the context of the turnover of the wealth given to the total cooperative members. Now, so this is an area of concern. And this is an area of concern when you're looking at in a longer run, because if you still wanted to minimize the Gini index across the world, it's important that these cooperative institutions have to be strengthened further. They actually have to enhance their outcome. They have to actually start looking at how do they actually really compete and grow into the economy, in the economy per se. So that's a point which I will park here. I will come back to this. So it's equally important for us to look at as solidarity economy institutions, what's the role they play today, and how do they actually, their economic performance translate into the social performance. And this is something which we will be looking at in close quarters. Now, to do this, we actually start to look at data. Many times the studies in cooperatives are actually happening at a micro level. Now, you look at a smaller location, you start looking at very close studies on that. We look at how that impact the local problems, which is very, very important, because at the end, this is actually a decentralized mode of development and a decentralized mode of intervention, which need to be looked at. But at the same time, we need to also look at the macro pictures and the best data which we have. And as we know that one of the big challenge of the cooperative and similar thing is that the availability of relevant data or reliable data on that. But one of the detailed study has done in 2013-14, the global census, the first time the cooperative census have been done by United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And they actually looked at a very detailed study of across the world on the cooperative movement. And they identified almost 54 factors which lead to what they call as a social progress index. And some of them, they can be clubbed into basic human needs, foundations of well-being, the opportunity which is available for the people, which are typically, we know that the measures of the progress of a society. Now, if you look at, we have the social progress tier. When you look at, we have very high in some part of the world, high in other part of the world, and things like that. But along with this, they also looked at the participation of people in cooperative movement, in this sort of social action. So primarily, they looked at what percentage of members, population is actually having a membership in a coop. What percentage of population is actually employed in a cooperative? What is the annual gross revenue of a corporation as far as population is concerned? So some of these are economic measures which are looked at parallelly with the social measures as such. Now, I'm sure that we, as most of you are working in the cooperative area, it is natural we believe that the developing nation should have a larger significant measure in this cooperative economy index. But unfortunately, the results were very, very different. If you look at the social progress index, which we call as SPI, you see that many of the European countries and some of the Oceania countries actually have larger social progress index, which is sort of not surprising because we know that social welfare states have got that advantage. But what is surprising was that the cooperative economy index have a very strong linkage or correlation with this high SPI. And you see that if you look at the ranking of countries with respect to cooperative economy index, which basically, as I said, the three factors which we mentioned earlier, the participation, the population in cooperatives, the employment which is being generated by the cooperatives, And the third aspect, which is basically what is a value add for the GDP, which is the cooperative sector is providing, you see that it's again very, very strong, interesting results to have. So this correlation between the social progress index and cooperative economy index forces us to think and motivate us to look at how do we actually enhance this aspect. Because if you really wanted this economy, these institutions have to come as a very strong third front, it is important that the cooperative economy index of our countries have to actually improve substantially. And the surprising thing is Asia or Asia is can you mute please? I think get some disturbance. So if you look at Asian countries, which actually have got a significant number of cooperatives, does not figure in this, which is very surprising because the spread of cooperatives across the population is actually still not happened in these countries. Even though some of the markets, especially let's look at the fertilizer market in the country, in India, for example, 36% of the share is with cooperatives. If you look at China, some of the specific areas in China, like cotton industry in China, 60% is with cooperatives. But leaving that sort of a thing, the widespread of cooperatives and solidarity institutions in developing countries, especially in some of these countries, are still not to the extent it is possible. It's done. So we need to ask this question: why is this not happening? In fact, that is a question which I think we need to on to the other thing. Something please send us. Keep the mic off, otherwise. Yeah. So now let's go further on this to understand this more. So if you look at the regional representation of this to me is a paradox. You don't have another reliable data as on today. So you have, while in Europe, it's almost excess of 45%. So a large number of aspects are actually more. Hello, are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah,
I can hear
sorry.
you.
I think in between I lost it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so coming back, what I meant to say is that if you look at this spread of thing, is still not is an issue which we need to look at. And if you look at the other aspect of it, the other data which we look at, and if you see this other data, where are these cooperatives working on? You see sectoral share of cooperatives in the globe. If you see that when you look at the sectoral share, here also some interesting thing happened. While agriculture and allied sectors is around 50% in number, the revenue from them is only 13%. So the sectors which are having larger revenue scope, larger economic wealth generation is still being dominated by so-called corporate entities. And I think that is an area which need to be seriously looked at. In fact, I think in the inaugural address, Professor Gopi Chandar has mentioned about the IT and the information technology field which he is working on. Now, if you look at the detail of the number of cooperatives which has happened in such sunrise sectors, which is also important because when you look at the overall inclusive growth, you require that, and I'll come back to that in a little more detail, because as a person who works in digital economy, I'm very concerned about the huge economic divide which is happening in this space. And unfortunately, this has still not been a major topic of discussion in economic circles, because so in such context, we primarily look at the role which can actually be played by the cooperatives instead of so-called corporate platforms, which is actually emerging as a big capitalistic institution in digital economy. So, but unfortunately, if you look at part of Europe very soon. So there is this necessitates need for looking at cooperatives in the non-farm sector in a more serious manner. So that is the first portion. The second portion is the one which I just mentioned, that the participation of youth in cooperatives, and especially people who are doing in the digital economy jobs and relevance of cooperatives. Now, there was a detailed study on this, and I think of the papers which has been published in 2013, there's a very interesting statement made which speaks about the detachment of youth from the cooperatives. And you see that there is and this is actually being taken very seriously at different levels. The ICA is actually doing a lot of activities to bring youth in, and the newer generation activities into the cooperative fold. And if you look at why this is a paradox, this is a paradox because if you look at the digital world is all about collaboration. Digital world is all about cooperativism, but the legal instrument is actually not happening. That is a challenge, because if you look at what are those things of new enterprises, you have a substantial amount of volunteerism which is happening. You have a substantial amount of collaboration which is happening. Most of the products which we use today in the digital world, they actually came through collaboration. They actually come through models where people actually give their work on a free or a very low cost for the social benefit. Internet is a classic example. No, it has actually come out from the effort of people who are ready to share. So the sharing economy, it actually, the self-help or crowd-funded model which we were speaking about is actually being a common thing in development of newer products and services. There's a substantial amount of value-based things which is happening over there. A very small, agile and technology-based. So there is a big shift happening in the way the organizational development is happening in the world. From very, very big companies, it's happening in these companies per se. And if you look at this, compare with the principles of cooperation, which is primarily the credo in which cooperatives operate, you see that most of the principles of cooperation is actually being followed by the new age, the world and the technology companies per se. So there's a huge synergy in the principles of cooperation, principles of knowledge economy. So a person who works in this area, I was always puzzled by the fact that why, even though there is a synergy of principles of cooperations and principles of knowledge economy, why there's a very poor participation of cooperative sector in the knowledge economy industries? And why you have an Uber? Why don't we have a cooperative of drivers driving that? Why don't you have a cooperative actually have to have a platform so that you basically share the returns with these people itself? The basic principles of cooperatives can happen. So when in a digital world where 9 out of 10 platforms are being in two parts of the world, which is actually controlled by few companies, which are very huge companies, the need for the cooperatives coming into the sector is actually going to be a very important element. So there's a very low penetration of youth-led cooperatives in these sunrise industries. So and later we will see how the sunrise industries can actually marry with the subsistence level challenges to do that. So when you look at this cooperatives and new models of growth, which are the areas or vistas which we can actually look at, there is a move from profit models to value to impact models. But unfortunately, you still don't have the methodologies to get into that. The second thing is we also speak about subsistence, but along with subsistence, we need to have an exponential growth which is to be done. Because going back, if your social progress index has to go up, your cooperative economic index also have to go up. That sort of a causal relation you can establish. But there are challenges. The challenges is that the world has got different set of instruments for driving the corporates. You have equity, you have external equity, which may not be the possibility given the cooperative nature or given the solidarity nature. So how do we actually marry these two? So these are actually the puzzles for the strategies to drive that. So second challenge is that many times when you're looking at a solidarity economy, we actually look at short-term benefits, which is important because you are basically looking at people who may have to survive for today. And how do we actually take that and go into the long-term benefit? So how do I actually make sure that there is an investment which is possible? And these are some of the issues which we are grappling with. So to me, and that's something which I will discuss through the case study, is that how do we create value when long-term capital gain is actually a little bit of counterintuitive or counter to the principles of cooperatives? Because cooperatives basically look at it has to be for the members, and the members cease to exist. And at a particular, once they are moving out, and you cannot really sell your shares, just like what is happening in a corporate entity where accumulation of gain is actually beneficial for you, because it can actually be going to a capital market and sell it, but that's not possible in the case of a cooperative. So why should, as a member, I should allow my earnings to be kept for a future growth? So this is a fundamental thing which actually limits many of these sort of institutions. That's basically the second point, that how do I ensure that the short-term returns are compromised for the long-term exponential growth? Now, these are very large and challenging problems, and we don't have one solution to this, but these are areas we need to start looking at when we are actually looking at expansion of cooperative into various sectors per se. So how do I do that? And we can actually look at the key principles of cooperativism. So as we know that there are 7 cooperative principles, and 3 principles can actually be adopted here. One is the autonomy and independence, which is something which actually makes these economic entities far different from the capitalistic entities. There's a concern for community, which is a very important element. And I think in the earlier session, Dr. Manju was mentioning about how the concern for community and the relevance for that is going to be a very important thing. And third thing is, it's important for us to understand that cooperatives are primarily for the member benefit. It's an economic activity. There is a social angle to it, but it's an economic activity. You are not really making a loss and doing it. You are an economic activity, and there is a member benefit which is required. So the members' life support, professional growth, and diversification can actually help these to grow into the big way as such. Now, that is primarily the first part of my session. Now, let's see whether this is actually can happen in reality. So this looks only as a theory. So that is something which I will discuss in the next 10 minutes or 10 to 12 minutes, and then I will open up for questions. How do we implement this? Do we have an example of doing that? You have seen that Amul has done it, but it's a cooperative federation, and you also, as we know, that agriculture and the related fields have got a very different structural organization in this country, which actually allows a set of advantages and set of challenges. So since we don't have time to dwell deep into that, I'm not going into that. But when you look at the case of a Kerala-based startup, the ULCCS, some of you may be familiar with it, the Uralangal Labor Contract Cooperative Society, which is a labor contract cooperative society. The country has got around 46,000 labor contract societies today. And ULCS is considered to be the best and the largest among that. So it is a 96-year-old worker cooperative, and especially for those experts who are joining from other part of the world, it just grew from just a labor supplier to a specialist infrastructure developer. And key thing which I am interested to present to you is a way of diversification. Cooperatives in general don't diversify. You have there are examples of diversification. Mondragon is a classic example of diversification. But generally, cooperatives addresses a specific set of people, and then they started looking at their development to a large extent. But there was a need for diversification. I'll come to that later. The second thing is there's a membership base of from around 10,000, both direct and indirect laborers, and even being a labor contract society, they actually pay almost five times. This is little dated wages, which has been generally being earned by a comparative employee who is working in a corporate entity. So if you work with a normal builder, what you get almost 5 times that when you work with this. And it has today have an annual turnover of close to around 10 billion Indian rupees or on 80 million, which is actually growing at a 40% plus annum through diversification, innovative practices. And the target is $1 billion USD by 2022. Large number of national and international recognition has been obtained by this society, which came from a very small village in India. It's the world's second best cooperative in industry and utility by the latest World Cooperative Monitor. UN has made this as a model cooperative in 2013. First primary cooperative anywhere in the world to be directly inducted as a member of ICA, and many other international awards. So, but the important thing is that we need to understand how they did it. So the beginning of this started in a very small manner as a protest to a social stigma as a part of the Indian national movement. But very soon they require that the motivation for that is like any of the self-help groups and solidarity economy. We look at addressing the poverty and inclusive livelihood as the key element as such. And how do you do that? You look at the collective strength of the workforce, help in infrastructure building, the roads, bridges, both in the pre and post-independence era. But over the period, from just 14 people, it has gone to a 10,000 people entity. From a 300 rupee turnover, it has gone to a 1,000 crore turnover, and the growth has been phenomenal, especially in the post-globalized world. And that is something which is good, because many others are actually find that this is the other way around in many other contexts. This exciting story is actually happening through a case of diversification. The last 10 years, it actually grew almost 50 times. From a builder, just somebody who is a contractor, it became a builder, become a developer, and it became a facility manager. Just from a construction, it diversified into construction, information technology, and tourism. Moved to agriculture, it moved to education. Wherever labor is required, wherever growth can be possible, it actually moved into that. Now, naturally, one have to ask, why do you need it? Why did you want to spread this? So that is basically what we will be discussing it. Some of these which I have done, I will not go into the details of this, but some of these are actually considered to be of very, very high quality and diversified thing as such. To understand why they did it, it's important to understand how India behaved in the post-1990s. We know that with the globalization coming in post-1990s, the huge change in the business landscape. The infrastructure grew. The human power is actually replaced by the machine power. You started using your roads, which is basically what this company was doing. It's actually being taken over by machines. So there's a big fundamental dilemma here. I'm a labor contract society. My job is to give work to the laborers. If I adopt machinery, my laborers' jobs comes down. So this sort of a contradictions always happen among this among the people-led enterprises. So when you look at diminishing share of worker return in the production, which is happening because of globalization, and there are data to support that. I'm sure that many of you may be looking at that. And there are changes in the business model which is happening. The other side, the worker aspirations are changing. Economic growth and change of objectives, they actually look at better working conditions. They also have very many alternative opportunities. And because of that, shrinking membership happen. And there is also general change in the worker composition happening. So how do a labor cooperative survive in such turbulent environment. And we have seen this in the other context also. You create a group for subsistence. After sometimes the members of the group grow up, so they actually move out and then created their own entities and go into the corporate world. So how do we actually remain rooted in the principles of solidarity economy? And that is an important element which we need to start looking at. There are challenges. Technology challenge, which means you need to adopt the technology and reskill the workers. There's a resource challenge. When you want to acquire the technology, you cannot have conventional means of finance which is available for a corporate entity is available to you. You need to retain the quality labor, which means you need to actually give larger payment, which is again a challenge. You also require funding. And when we looked at data, we found that the cost of finance of fuels is almost double that of public finance cost. And this is an issue which many times when you face as a problem when a cooperative entity actually grows up. The cost of financing for cooperative entities are many times much higher than what you can get from a market, which actually makes a competitive disadvantage. So the social challenge is also an important thing. How do an organization keeps its social focus of inclusion while remaining competitive in an open market? A big question, because as I said, many organizations which are started as cooperatives or self-help groups or support organizations, as they grow, they actually move from their original social focus of inclusion. And then they started looking at the classical, capitalistic institutions models. So how do we still maintain that social challenge is other question which we look at. How do you address these challenges? So they come out with a model which basically looks at how do we create the cross subsidies of the construction activities, how do you capitalize the new opportunities and address the challenges of supply manpower. And the model which has come out is that we need to actually go for diversification and expansion. As I said, huge challenges for diversification, because diversification requires your money today have to be kept for the future, which is counterintuitive and counterproductive. You also have competition, so you need to beat the competition. You are moving into areas where you are not really protected, and you require different type of resources. When new resources comes, how do you maintain the cooperative culture is an important thing. So we found 3 challenges: competition, resources, and people as a challenge. Addressing the competition, the only way you can address the competition is to do better than the competitor. You cannot actually drive an economic enterprises only by emotions. You cannot do only by the social capital. While social capital is an important element, you also show that your product have to be as good in a competitive market. So they basically adopted all modern techniques in construction of roads, bridges, buildings, LEED certified building, maybe a labor cooperative, but they actually make the best buildings. They make the best bridges. They make best thing. And the best part of it is this technology adoption has actually not reduced the jobs. It actually increased the jobs, because your pie has actually increased much more. There are many iconic products have happened across the state, which has been built by them in this region. And to the other side is you need to also start looking at the new areas of new vistas of development. So IT being a new vistas of development. So creation of an IT organization as a cooperative, and that diversification has actually helped. So the first time anywhere in the country, a labor cooperative started a special economic zone, so that you are actually able to house the startups and IT companies, which are actually be a part of the future. Many verticals have been diversified. I will not go into the detail for want of time. But the resource challenge, which is this looks too good that you are able to really grow fast, but there is a resource challenge.
There's no slides.
What is it?
There's no slides.
Oh, sorry.
We didn't have slides all along.
Oh my. Oh, sorry. I think in between it must have lost out. Sorry. Are you seeing that now? Oh my, sorry. I'm really sorry for that. Thanks for telling this. So I think you must have missed quite a few slides. Maybe we could take that when you are having a discussion. So two aspects which is basically for addressing this challenge of growth. One is the human resource challenge, other is the financial resource challenge. You see that human resource biggest challenge was that you need to have higher wages if you want to retain. You need to train and reskill if you want to improve, and new exciting opportunities have to be there if you wanted to make this more widespread and equal, inclusive. That's basically where the SEZ has been set up. Newer technology solution provider has been set up, and came to the newer areas like agro and other things. If you look at briefly, if you look at when we put this in briefly, you look at when I'm moving from a small contract to an infrastructure developer. Why am I doing that? Because I'm actually moving up in the value chain. When I move up in the value chain, my profitability increases, which means the share I can give to my members increases. I can retain them, I can retrain them. But when I move that, I require financial resources for asset creation. And as I said earlier, the challenge was that members who are may not part with their wages because they want it for today. They are not going to do it for the future. And this is an issue which, if you look at literature, which has been discussed quite a bit. How you actually ensure that you are able to invest for the future. So the best way you can do here is that you actually started leveraging on your social capital, source fund from the public. If a bank can source fund, why can't a primary agriculture source? Primary society cannot do it. Second thing is you also have cooperatives have small wealth. Very rarely cooperatives cooperate with each other. So the IC also speaks about cooperation among the cooperatives. So a very clear consortia-based cooperative consortium. You know that when you look at large projects in the country or in the world, larger corporates cooperate, but cooperatives rarely cooperate with each other. So we look at the consortia funding approach for that. The management skills are the other challenge, which is how do I convert the variable cost into the fixed cost? So very different corporate management structure, but you are primarily looking at the basic cooperative principles have been adopted. The second change is that you are basically moving from an infrastructure business, which is basically your core strength, to a very different diversified businesses. You require financial resources. So as I said, how do I convince them that, see, I'm a laborer, I'm primarily involved in road construction. How do I actually put money to develop an IT company or an agriculture company or a tourism company? So that is basically where there is a substantial amount of innovation happened. So you have a synergy of the core business with high potential businesses. Why do corporate entities diversify? Because they are minimizing the risk. The benefit of one actually spread to the other. So same model we actually followed here, and we actually looked at how do I support the member interest. So the concept of a family life value concept has been brought in. So a cooperative which says that you are a member, not only you continue to be a member of the society, but you are being productive, but your entire life you are actually being supported by the cooperative per se. So that actually helped a lot for people to support on that. The other challenge which we speak about in cooperative literature is the multiple owners, and because of that there is no ownership. And there is a very key issue of free ridership happening because of this. And that is basically where there is a collective leadership model which has been brought in. We have written a very detailed work on that, which has actually been published in International Journal of Project Management, which actually looks at how the organizational culture can actually drive this collective leadership. And I believe that the key strength of solidarity economies is this concept of a culture and a trust. And if you can actually codify it, if you can actually make it into a scalable model, you actually be able to help in a large manner. And that's primarily what is being done in this context. There is a bottom-up approach of management has actually been put in, which primarily go back to the point which I said in the principle of cooperative, the autonomy and independence. The autonomy and independence is not only at the cooperative level, but even at every member level. That actually helps. That is primarily the thing which has basically drove their projects. We used to find how you can improve the quality of projects in time and the thing. And we believe that when you combine the social benefit with economic features, you actually have a very interesting model, because a profit-oriented entity cannot command this social capital. But an entity which is looking at larger inclusiveness can actually command that social capital. That can actually create a culture and values in the organization. And, some principles of agile management has been looked. I will not discuss that detail. And these pictures which you see here is actually of a village which has been created exclusively for artisans. So you are primarily looking at high quality facilities, so that you are basically uplifting the people who are having a problem. The role of a cooperative in attaining the social development goal is for creating something for the larger good of the society. That actually reinforces you for the next level as such. So all this diversification to agriculture, education, all these are primarily meant as a means for doing that. What are those few learnings which we had? We found that if you really wanted a cooperative to grow and sustain, you require multiple fields together. You cannot have it one or two. You need to have a comprehensive model. And that comprehensive model involves, you need to have benefit to the society, a key element of any of these solidarity economy institutions. You have a very strong participatory decision making. You need to provide a lifetime support for that. You need to actually look at esteem, empowerment, and trust being built into the organization, and a huge sense of ownership you build. And that is what today we call as the people-led enterprises. So converting institutions which have been created primarily to address weaknesses, vulnerabilities, to be turned into growth economic institutions, people-led economic institutions, is actually the way you need to actually move further on that. So each of these, the ULCS story actually tells us that how they have done on each of these. So when you look at from this, what we have learned is that the financial perspective, the capital mobilization, even though it looks difficult, there are avenues to do that within cooperative sector, along with multiple consortium of cooperatives, leveraging on the social capital. Market perspective is a very important thing, because market is not sympathetic just because you are a solidarity institution. Market always looks at from the product and quality perspective. So you need a competition and dynamism to be taken there. The human resource perspective, identification of the right talent with social perspective is important when you are going further. And governance and management perspective, understand the key DNA and develop governance principles to align multiple verticals. That's a very key thing about diversification. If you are not diversifying without keeping this key DNA intact, you will have a problem. And that's what happened with some of the other institutions per se. But the rule is that only if you grow big, you can actually do it. So the innovation and growth is very important for any social enterprise to go into the next level. Let me close by saying that when you're looking at the next wave of industrial growth, when newer enterprises are coming, you are going to see more and more social divide which is happening. And there are enough indications across the world on that. The inequality is increasing, which means the solidarity institutions, mutual support institutions are going to go in a big way. But what we have seen is that this is not inclusive in many parts of the world, especially in the developing world, compared to some of the other parts. So there is a need for a collective entrepreneurship from a defender model, which is what is happening today, to a leader model. And the ULCS is an example of that. How do you move from a defender? They started as a defender, they are going to a leader model. Maybe example of Amul is also like that, from a defender to a leader model. And that is needed for almost all of them. But that, and this aligns extremely well with the digital world's theory of philosophy of small, agile, trust and voluntarism. But there are challenges to that. And those challenges are what I've briefly tried to explain. But they need deeper research into this, because this is one case study. You need to have multiple case studies on this. You need to have actually start looking at how did an IFCO become so large? How did a CRIPCO become so large? How did an ULCS become so large? How did some of the others could not do that? You need to understand that in more depth and create a model, an alternate model of sustainable development. I'm sure that in this seminar, conference. There are many interesting papers are going to be get discussed from across the world. Interesting stories, which will basically give very interesting insight to this growth path as such. Thank you very much for a patient listening, and I will stop here and open for any questions. I think some chats are there. Let me stop and then take it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can we move to the question answer session?
Please, please, please.
So, sir, the first question was raised by Dr. Caroline Shanaz Hussain. The question was, why are we not seeing Asian and African cooperatives? Could it be that the ICA does not count informal ones?
Not exactly, because see, I have shown only the top. I think she was mentioning it when I was showing this slide on. Sorry, the top 10 countries, right? As far as as far as cooperative index is concerned. The reason is, I think the next slide give you the data about Asia and Africa. What is the percentage of what is the type of numbers which is coming from that? In fact, the numbers wise, Asia, Africa, Asia especially, we have a higher rate. But then the spread of cooperatives vis-a-vis the population is actually small. That's why those countries doesn't figure in the top list as such.
So next question from Muhammad Fasil NK. What are the challenges we face in the cooperative sector due to the policy issues in our country? Also, for developing the culture of cooperation in all spheres, especially on the manufacturing sector, what all can we do?
Good question. See, there are regulatory challenges which actually limit, which actually favors as well as limit cooperative development. Say, for example, when you go for a competitive bidding, for example, today, many times the organizations which bid say that you have to be a for-profit entity. A cooperative also is a for-profit entity, but basically they say that it should be a private limited company or a partnership company, and you don't allow a cooperative to bid. We were actually fighting this quite some time. See, for example, a startup, for example, and startup can actually be ideally to be started as a cooperative. But if you start as a cooperative, then you have a lot of challenges, either marketing a product or even to get finances. Not because of they are not good, but the regulatory environment does not allow that as on today. So we have taken this at different levels. The NCI knows about, ICA knows about it. They were also looking at this in a big manner. But that's something which need to be looked at very seriously, because cooperatives by nature, or for that matter, even solidarity institutions were always looked at only as a subsistence providers. They're not looked at least from a regulatory point of view, they're not looked at as key growth engines. And many of them have to grow, they actually have to start another company. So there are large cooperatives which have started a company and then develop it. But I think that is an area where we need to seriously look at and change the regulations.
So next question from Parvati L. Can you mention the social responsibilities as per cooperatives are concerned? Also, if cooperatives focus on value-based motive rather than accumulation of gain, then why do cooperatives don't cooperate with each other if profit is secondary?
Okay, so the first, see, in fact, the second question which you asked is actually a very important area for research, because, and this is actually true not only in cooperatives but in general. When you say that when you are small and when you are worried about your subsistence, ideally you should have cooperated, but you generally don't cooperate. You have SHG movements, which is a very different thing, because you know your joint liability groups are basically been formed so that some of your vulnerabilities and limitations have been avoided. But in general, if you look at SMEs, for example, the clusters of SMEs. In fact, Dr. Christabel knows that we are working on another project of clustering the SMEs for together. We see that industrial clusters of SMEs is very difficult to form. But if you look at larger companies, they very easily collaborate. So that is an area which we need to start looking at, because the issues of trust and many other aspects could be there. I don't have an immediate answer to that. Why are they not doing it? But we need to actually start going into the detail of that. But we have seen, at least in the case of ULCS, where they could actually foster that, where they could actually make cooperatives cooperate and do that. The first point is very, very important. Generally, every cooperative or every solidarity institution, economy institution, actually start for solving a social problem through an economic means. So that is their core focus. So it could be elevation of poverty, it could be minimizing the pollution levels, it could be changing the current some other nemesis which is facing them. So that is an issue which is of a huge social relevance. And even when you grow further, you may have to actually keep that in mind. So that is something which is important when you look at the social responsibilities. And the 7 principles of cooperatives very clearly speaks about that. As a framework, what you can do is that the cooperatives have to play primary role to address the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And depending upon where you are primarily looking at the same time, you need to actually make sure that the member benefit also is given.
Okay, sir. Now, people can unmute themselves and raise questions, if any, or else we can move to the end of the session. Do we have any more questions? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable and informative words. Now, I invite Ms. Parvati L., student, First MA Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Professor Dr. Saji Gopinath, our most valued invited guest, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of our entire economics team, extend a very hearty thank you to you, sir, for your keynote address and for sharing with us your findings and opinions today. Cooperatives are the key vehicle of economic empowerment. More than accumulation of gain, profit motive, corporations focus on value-based motive, which includes concern for community, primarily for member benefits. As we now know, Urulangal Labour Contract Cooperative Society is India's oldest worker cooperative located in Calicut, Kerala. It has undertaken over 1,000 crore projects, works of various government departments, national highways, etc. The achievements are shown in the UN documentary and honored by International Corporate Alliance, despite numerous challenges. I wish to express our sincere gratitude for providing encouragement and for being a source of inspiration to us. I also wish to acknowledge our gratitude to everybody who have been exposing their queries and enormous cooperation during this moment. Now, we are moving on to the first technical session of today based on the theme, Women Collectives, Empowerment Ensured. Sri Lakshmi Sudhakaran of 2nd MA Economics will be delivering the welcome address. I now hand over to her for the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Parvati. A very warm good afternoon to one and all, to the International Web Conference on Cooperative, Mutual and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World. Here we do have the first technical session with the theme, Women Collective Empowerment Ensured. We have 3 speakers for the session. The chairperson of the session is Mr. Siddiq Rabiat, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. He completed his post-graduation from the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, his MPhil from the University of Hyderabad, and is pursuing PhD in JNU. He is currently the Director of Inter-University Center for Alternative Economics, University of Kerala. His areas of interest includes low-end economics, public economics, institutional economics, microeconomics, and political economy. He has published various works and actively writes on issues of social, political, and economic relevance in various online and offline publications. A very warm welcome to you, sir. The first speaker of technical session 1 is Dr. Jyoti S. Nair, Assistant Professor of Sociology and HOD, Postgraduate Department of Sociology and Research Center, KNM Government Arts and Science College, Kanyaramkulam, Trivandrum. She has done her post-graduation and PhD in sociology from the University of Kerala. She also does have an MA in Gender and Development. She has published many papers and books and also working paper series. She has specialization in development, gender, and subaltern studies. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am, to this web conference. The second speaker of technical session 1 is Dr. Mitesh Madhavan, Research Associate in NRPPD, Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum. He had received a PhD in Commerce from the University of Kerala. His areas of interest and research are financial planning and behavior, financial literacy, microfinance, marketing, tribal studies, and plantation studies. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to the web conference. Next, I would like to welcome the third speaker of technical session 1, Ms. Aditya S., MPhil Scholar, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. On behalf of the Department of Economics, I also extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and other participants present on this web conference. Now, I welcome Mr. Siddiq Rabiat, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lashmi. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sri Lashmi, for making such a nice introduction, in fact, about all the participants as well as the chairperson. Indeed, what we are going to have in the session is particularly on women's collective and their empowerment. Basically, the women collectives are a very important field, which is in fact not been so much discussed in the mainstream understanding, but there are a lot of works recently, at least in the last 15 years. This sort of a work is in fact coming out. And many works had or having been addressing many issues of women's participation in and the labor force, as well as making the economic structure moving ahead and their role in the developmental aspect, etc. So these need to be now the need of the hour is that bringing them into the national income accounting is now the heated debate in economics, and their contribution has to be, in fact, brought in the national income accounting, but that process is undergoing. And because most of the unpaid work which was doing by women, though both collectively or non in the household sector, is never been addressed in that sense. So that is why there is a lot of in fact, researchers trying to make this point very clear that this has to be brought out, as well as brought inside the accounting statistics of India. And there are many methods to basically incorporate all that has been now progressing, and it is not yet achieved its true spirit, but the attempts are now going on. So with that, I'm not going to speak much on this aspect, especially the role of women in the development process is as important as anyone else, because women, especially in the earlier understanding, is that women's role in the public sphere or in the national building is not that important, or often it is being trivialized. But that is not the case, and that is why I said in the beginning that now there are concerted effort to make this particular process materialize in the national income accounting, etc. Okay, so in that context, we in fact had this sort of a seminar series, which is definitely going to serve the purpose of empowerment and women's collective to bring into the foray. So, okay, so that is what is actually we want to talk about. And now we have at least the 3 presentations. These presentations are basically, addresses various aspect of women. First one is the labor liberty problem, which is going to be speaking by Jyoti S. Nair. So her question itself is making a couple of interesting points, like whether the cooperative dilemma of women self-help group members of multiple organization framework is a real issue or not. This is a very interesting paper, in fact, and I wish all of us are going to make something out of it. And definitely it addresses certain important aspects of this collectives. How women are basically, become a collective under the self-help formula or sort of thing. And again, the other paper which is going to be talked by Nitesh, he's going to talk about the access of finance as a human right. Okay, so the term is little different to this one, but still it is under the marginality framework, especially the women collective and the empowerment issue. So a study of scheduled tribe population is what he is going to focus on. And I wish that paper is also making some interesting observations while we are going through the paper. The third paper is on converting social capital to household asset. This is going to be presented by Aditya. Again, that is again a work which is in fact done in the context of women. So I wish this presentations are rather me speaking something in between. The presenters has to start their point. I think we have a distribution of time which is 15 minutes for the presenter, and yeah, that would be the case. So if the presenters are here, then let me ask you to start. Is Jyoti S. Nair is here? Then she'll be going to.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, please start your presentation. You'll get 15 minutes.
Can you give me some time for sharing my presentation?
Of course. You can take your time. And in fact, the discussions we will have only after the presentation. That is what is my style. So we don't comment in the beginning. So once all the 3 presentations are over, then we will open the space for question and comments. Is it okay for all of you, 3 presenters?
Okay, am I allowed to share my screen? No, I was not earlier allowed. Can you see my screen?
No, it is my screen is being shared, not yours.
Jyoti, just a minute. I'll allow you. Just a minute.
Okay, or else I will send you one. I will send you.
No. You can now. You can present it. You have made us host.
Yeah.
So you can. Yeah. I think you can share your screen. Can you please share one?
And an alternative arrangement, I will also forward mine.
Okay. Please send it to my email. Okay. So that I can do that. No problem.
Christabel, ma'am, can you check? I have sent it. I have sent my mail. Christabel PJ 9075, I think. It's Gmail. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, I think it is your, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
It's visible now. Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. It's a great opportunity to present my paper in this very informative and very prestigious function, prestigious seminar, which is going to be a very relevant one in the modern day, as many of the speakers in the inaugural and the special inaugural address has rightly mentioned. And am I audible?
Yes, Jyoti. Yes, Jyoti. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We can listen to you.
Okay. So my presentation is actually based on a project which I did for the ICSSR. So it actually is actually a result of a fieldwork study which was done in the years 2011 to 14, and the report of which I have submitted to ICSSR, and I have been working it for a while, but I had to keep it away for some time because of my other academic needs in the college. And now after understanding the topic of the Department of Economics seminar, I thought it will very much sync with the topic, which is discussed in the Department of Economics international conference. So I sent the paper and it was approved, and I'm very happy to share my the research findings with you. I sincerely hope that the critical comments that I receive from this forum will be helping me in making it more foolproof, and to present it and to make it a research paper by means of writing it in very good journals. So this is actually one of the first and one of my sorry, screen. Is the screen still visible?
Yes, it is dark.
Yes, I may have to share it once more because the screensaver, if it, sorry, Christopher, share. I will have to.
Yes.
Yes, it may be visible now.
Jyoti, any problem?
Yeah, after the screensaver, when the screensaver time goes out, it will automatically get switched off the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll be careful.
Okay,
So
do one thing. Can you please do the switch on that slideshow option so that we can read the PowerPoint more clearly?
I think it will be more proper if you play it from your side, because
is it? Can I do it? Can I do it?
Yes, do it. Please do it.
Okay. Then I'm good.
So the study was made in the year 2001, and after an extensive field work, I was able to make some primary findings, and I would like to discuss with you the primary findings which I found very relevant with the seminar topic. First of all, basically the study when I ventured into, which was basically a study about the microfinance, and I was planning to do it in different organizational settings. So at that point of time, the microfinance was having very importance in the public discourses, and it was also pointed out that it is mainly because of the lacuna in the part of the governmental administration that we are now moving on to the new framework in which the poor will have to find ways for sustaining their livelihoods. So it is actually the withdrawal of the state. There was in the post 1991, there was a symptom. There was many evidences of the withdrawal of the state from the market and state, and the market was given a free play, and as well as the non-government organizations was also having a decisive role in planning the developmental activities of a particular locality, as well as in the case of a larger community as well. So my study, I actually wanted to study about the self-help groups which are formed in different type of organizations, and I found that there was a proper settings for doing that particular study, because when you take the example of the developing countries, it was the poor, most of the programs were aimed at increasing poor's capabilities, and they were their intention was to develop their social capital so that they can participate in the developmental activities on their own. And at that period of time also, there was an increasing importance given to microcredit. And in the microcredit summit, about 147 microfinance practitioners, and it was found that 50% of the most important impact that the microcredit vote has made was documented by scholars as social cohesion. So it was something very related to the topic of sociology. So it basically microfinance aimed at economic inclusion, and at the same time, it was also producing the outcomes like increasing the social cohesion, increasing the trust and solidarity, etc. So I thought this topic will be, I ventured into study about this. And can you show next slide, please? And when it comes to social self-help groups, there I found that there are two types of networking. There was a horizontal networking and there was a vertical networking. And it was very prominent in Kerala situation also. And I found, when I read about the literature, I found that the concept of social capital was very relevant in that. It's a concept developed by Robert Putnam. And I found that the networks, norms, and the trust all help to bring about cooperation for mutual benefit. So this was a concept which was developed on the basis of the social capital. And I found that the joint liability of the self-help groups, the peer monitoring which is done by the self-help groups, and the peer pressure, etc., is also going to create a social collateral, which will be very much an ingredient for the social capital. This also I found from the different literature. And at the same time, when the horizontal networking was done, vertically also there was need of integrating all these units to the system of governance. For example, in the case of Kerala, if all the Kudumbastries are aggregated in the ADS level and the CDS level, at the same time, they are also vertically integrated with the administration, Panchayat level and the Jilla Panchayat, etc. So I was fond of understanding this particularly. And for the basis of understanding the social solidarity and the social cohesion, which develop in the self-help groups, I use the concept of trust. And from this trust, the concept of trust, I had to move to the concept of cooperation, and the trust and the cooperation and the solidarity, where the three words which I used very commonly in my interview, so that I will be able to understand and make my respondent understand what type of work they have done together. So for this, I read down the literature about the social capital, and I found the main the concept of social capital developed on the basis of theories developed by Putnam, Bourdieu, and Coleman. So these three theories I have kept as my background, and I found that all these theorists were laying significant interest, and they were building on the network and the institutionalized nature of this network. And Bourdieu was very much interested in the understanding the durability of the institutionalized relationship, which is developed because of the mutual acquaintance and the recognition. And in his work, he has very much related the concept of social capital with the concept of cultural capital, and he has understood it, and he have developed it other concepts. His other concepts were far developed than the social capital. So there is a widespread remark when I read into Bourdieu that Bourdieu has underdeveloped the concept of social capital. And the later literature I obtained was from Coleman. And Coleman, he also studied about the social capital and social relations based on the expectations, trust, and the information flowing networks and the obligations, etc. So these are was also a very useful framework for understanding the idea of trust, which is embedded in the idea of concept of social capital. And the next most important concept, which is empirically developed, the concept of social capital was empirically developed much more in the study of Putnam. And in that study, he has delineated it. He has identified three particular features of social life, like network, norms, and trust. network, there has to be a network developed, and all these networks has to be run on the basis of certain norms, and all this has to be clearly correlated or brought within the framework of the trust. So this framework, all the theoretical framework that these theoreticians has helped me in developing an empirical analysis, empirical tool for measuring the trust, and as well as through trust I have tried to venture into the larger concept of social capital. Then in my study I have tried to find out the structural aspect as well as the cognitive aspect, because as it was a sociological investigation, I had to give more stress on the structural aspect of the society and also the cognitive aspects. So I also read into the theory, the framework which is developed by Uphoff, and he has clearly mentioned about the structural aspect as well as the cognitive aspect, and it was very easy for me to pursue in that way. And he has said that the roles, rules, procedures, and precedents are the structural features of a group. And in that way, by following this particular concept, I have also tried to identify the concept of structure, the structural social capital, which lay in the all different types of social capital that is developed in the state by the different type of self-help groups. And next is the cognitive capital, which is the emotional part of it, which is related to the norms, values, attitudes, beliefs, etc. So these two concepts, the structural and the cognitive, two different dimensions of the social capital brought together can give us a analytical framework for understanding the concept of social capital. So this is the actually the theoretical conceptualization, and on the basis of this theoretical conceptualization for the field work, I have developed a operational conceptualization. That is the next slide, in which I have tried to find out the structural aspect first. I have tried to understand the structural aspect of the different type of self-help groups in Kerala. And in that, can you next slide? In the structural capital, actually, what happens is that it's based on it is adapted from the Uphoff's and Adhikari and Gokhale study, in which the structural aspects of a self-help group, particularly the type of capital that created, can be understood from the quantity, that is a membership, the type of membership that they have, the process of decision making that happens, and the inclusive measures what are the diversity of membership that they have tried to bring in. So in my study, when I tried to study about the different type of self-help groups which was there in the Kerala society, I have used this dimension. I have tried to understand the structure of the social capital by looking into the membership, the density of the membership, and then do the decision-making process, and also into the diversity of membership. And when it comes to the cognitive social capital, I have tried to analyze basically about the norms. Next slide, please. About the norms. And when it comes to the norms, I had to divide it into three parts. One is the bonding social capital, which develops within the groups. For example, if it is a self-help group working in a Karimkulam Grama Panchayat, I wanted to find out the networking which happens within the group, within a particular Kudumbastri. For example, if it is a Deepam Kudumbastri, then what is the type of bonding which happens within the Deepam Kudumbastri, and the bridging which refers to the connections that this particular Deepam Kudumbastri have with the other Kudumbastris in their particular ward. And the linking which happens, that is the Kudumbastri, the president and the secretary of the Kudumbastri, how Deepam Kudumbastri, how she links with the ward member or the Panchayat president or the standing committee members, etc. in the Panchayat. So this was the framework which was developed by Uphoff, and I have adapted it into the Kerala context, and I have tried to find out bonding relationship which develops within a Kudumbastri, bridging relationship which is developed between the different Kudumbastris in a particular ward, and the linking social capital which develops with the members of the group and the people who are in the administrative framework. So this is the framework which I have used. And when it comes to the bonding capital, I found that next slide, please. It is based on the Woolcock and Narayan study. Can you next slide, please? It is based on the Woodcock and Narayan studies, in which they have also elaborated on what is the bonding capital and what is bridging capital and what is linking capital. So this is the theoretical part of what I have pursued through my study, to my project. And next I am coming to the context, the Kerala context in which this happened. And in Kerala context, next slide, please. Kerala is a very unique platform for studying about social inequality, because we had the first communist government in the world, which brought about land reforms. And there is several strong public health movements out there. There were literacy movements were there. And we have pretty much high level of social development and human development. But at the same time, we are also a lot of outliers. The marginalized communities are still having their own struggles. They are still struggling hard to come into the mainstream. We have a lot of examples of subaltern struggles like Chengara Bhusamaram, Muttanga Bhusamaram, and very recently we have Odayambadi wall, which was constructed as a Jadi wall. So all these showcases that Kerala is, even though it is having very much uniqueness in the developmental aspects, the model of even if it has emerged as a model of development, there are still certain shortcomings which we have turned a blind eye to. So this was somehow highlighted in the study of Patrick Heller. And the next slide, please. Next, okay. No, the first earlier one, yes. The Patrick Heller has also understood when he did his study in Kerala society. He has also invited our attention towards, and many other foreign scholars have invited the interest of the world towards the different type of movements which are happening in Kerala, like class-based movements, peasant struggles, social reform movements, library science movement, public science, popular science movements, and extensivity of the cooperative societies and NGOs which are there. And all these is claimed to have brought about social justice and radical reforms. And at the same time, next slide, please. We have a problem here. We have a problem in the word. The Heller has also, Patrick Heller. Next slide, please. Patrick Heller also has highlighted this, because it is termed in his study as not all forms of collective actions are conducive to developmentally useful forms of state interventions. All collectivities which worked in Kerala was not favorable. Some of the collectivities was largely based on the caste and community organizations, and they have drawn a reserve of social capital which is exclusive, which is very much exclusive, and it has led to rise of the patronage politics. This is one of the drawbacks, which negative social capital or the divisive social capital, which many of the foreign scholars who studied about the Kerala society has hinted to us, and now we are having a very remarkable, very, very unique and very visible form of emerging forms of socially divisive social capital. And it is to this aspect that I have turned my attention, and this is a participatory planning. After the participatory planning, we have different types of self-help groups. And when I did my study, I found 4 types of self-help groups which was emerging at that period of time, which was first was the governmental, and I included social Kudumbashree under the government-sponsored self-help groups. And there were the non-governmental ones, in which I have included next slide, please. And I have included the different type of NGOs which were having their own form of women collectivities. For example, in my study, I took 3 of them, which was COD, Central for Overall Development, which was in Tamarasheri, Ernakulam Social Service Society from Ernakulam, and Neyatankara Integrated Development Society from Trivandrum. All these 3 institutional frameworks which worked under the NGO was amalgamated as, in my study, as a non-governmental self-help groups. And then I had one which was started by the SNDP, Microfinance, which is basically a caste-based organization. And then I had one which was run by a political party, and it is named as Genistry. So from the Kerala, from different districts, I could obtain the representation of all the self-help groups. I have not dealt into I have not elaborated on for the sake of saving time, I have not elaborated much on the sampling, the sampling technique and the sampling frame. Basically, the study was concentrated in 3 districts, which was selected on the basis of geographical peculiarities, like representing the north, middle, and the southern part of Kerala. And I have also studied about the sampling framework. I have tried to locate all the block or the panchayat in which all these 4 self-help groups were working together. So this criteria was very, very remarkable in my study. I purposely tried to include the panchayats where the women will be familiar with the other type of organizations. So fortunately or unfortunately, I got all the panchayats in which I could witness all these 4 types of organizational settings in which the self-help groups were functioning. And now I am moving into the main findings of my study, and I am confining myself to the cognitive social capital and the cognitive, because the trust which I wanted to focus on this study is basically concentrated in my part of study in the cognitive social capital that I have tried to understand. And in the cognitive social capital, I have divided into 3 subsegments. As I mentioned earlier, the bonding relationship which develops in a group, the bridging relationship that a group has with other groups which are dissimilar to them, and the vertical and the linking relationship which they develop with the people who are in charge of them, or who give them instructions, or who are there actually the boss. But sometimes in the case of the Kudumbashree, it will be the panchayat members, or the panchayat president, or the Jilla Mission, which is working as an integrative agency for the Kudumbashree, ADS and CDS. And in the case of microfinance, S&TP microfinance, it was their community-based organizations which used to be vertically integrated to the single each and every self-help group. And in the case of the non-governmental organizations, they had several animators who were serving as a link between the NGO organizational settings which was in the apex and which were functioning in the ground. And then in the case of the Janashree found that it was basically the political parties affiliation was there. So the political bodies like the Mandal committee and the Jilla committee was also having its interventions in the grassroots level formation of these groups. So first of all, I am just giving whatever I have found from the field. I am just presenting it for the sake of more understanding from your side, and also for raising certain critical comments so that I can improvise on my own. So the bonding relationship, I found that 98% of the respondents said that they have more trust among the members of the group themselves. Among the members of their own self-help group, they have a great deal of trust. And all the most of the respondents reported that the trust is very high. And a significant percentage of them have also responded that they came to know about the members of the group after, even before they joining the group, they knew about these members only because of the familiarity that they engaged with this group. And another significant percentage knew someone. Most of the members were familiar. Significant percent of the members were familiar with the group members even before they joined. And only 14.6% of the respondents said that they did not know the members. It was just a stranger. They entered the group as a stranger. So it shows that most of the relationship that they build in the group was based on which was there in the past. More they knew earlier, and they try to build the trust there, and they have increased their trust after coming to the group. So next slide, please. So I have tried to analyze. I have hypothetically I have answered. I placed before them a few questions to analyze the trust that they have with their members. And I found that most of even if the positive questions and the negative questions were mixed up, and it was asked, they responded very clearly regarding why they have developed their trust. The indicators were that I feel proud to be a part of the group. Most of the members strongly agreed. Members of the group are interested in their own well-being. Most of them disagreed. And in this group, one is able to alert. You are able to alert someone if others take advantage of you. You have a good friends in this group will alert you. That also it was response was in a very negative in the terms of then the members of the group are more trustworthy than relatives. That aspect was also asked, and most members are willing to help you. This was also a very positive question, and I received positive responses. So this shows that most of the groups, the trust was very high among the individuals who formed the group. Everybody was very sure about the other person who was forming the group, and they always trusted them, and they all thought that it was a group interest that was a primary interest. So this was findings was very interesting for me. And the next slide, please. And I tried to find out by using this question, this hypothesis. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide I have tried to bring about all the different types of organization. First is the NGO, next is the SNDP microfinance, third is the Kudumbashree, and the fourth is the Janashree. In all these, I have tried to I made an indicator out of that, and I tried to measure it, and I divided the categories into high trust, low trust, and medium trust. And I found that among the in the NGOs, it was high trust. Or in all the different type of organizations, it was very high. High trust was remarkably seen in all the individual self-help groups. And in the case of Janashree, it was a little more less, and it was only 68.3%. And they have their own genuine reason for that. Most of them elaborated that it was actually most of the time the group had a political affiliation. So it may be the politics is always people the self-help group members from the Janashree group said that it is largely at stake because our trust is largely at stake because it's after all a political group. Anything can happen. All on a sudden, a political identity can shift the party, can change the party, and everything can be changed. So the trust element was comparatively less in a political party sponsored self-help group, and in other cases it was very high. And all the groups that had it was registered to be very high. Next slide, please. And I also tried to, because of my interest, I also looked into the district aspects, and I found that the high trust was also seen in the Trivandrum and Kozhikode, and low trust and the medium trust was most notably mentioned in the Ernakulam, the respondents by the Ernakulam. And so this is just indicated because the scores I have developed, it was uniquely developed. It was and the scores was calculated and it was made into indicator, and I tried to correlate it with the variable which I had with me, that is the interest. So this shows this is something very interesting I found. And next slide. And now we are moving on to the bridging relationship. Bridging relationship in the sense that the one a self-help group, how much is their awareness about the other groups that work with them in the same village. So I found that 53.3% of the Kudumbashree members were aware of the other groups. Janashree members, 10% of the Janashree members were also aware of the other groups, and the multiplicity of the organizations. Many members were working in they were aware of the Kudumbashree, and other private finance groups were also there in some of the villages. And Kudumbashree, Janashree, and NGOs were there in certain. So the compilation and the formation was different in different type of area, but uniquely across Kerala, Kudumbashree was the most prominent organization which was found, and Kudumbashree was known to each and 53.3% of the respondents mentioned that they very well know about the Kudumbashree units which they have around them. So the bridging relationship shows that the Kudumbashree members are very aware about the other Kudumbashree units which are functioning in the particular village. Next slide. And then I have looked into the aspect about how they have understood about the other groups. How did they undercome? Whether it is whether there are any external agencies which make them familiar about the different type of groups around them. And most of them said that it's because of their own experience. They have understood about the existence of different types of group, like those sponsored by the private financial agencies, those sponsored by the NGOs, those sponsored by the community-based organizations. They are aware about these things on their own. It is from their own experience they have known them. This shows that a woman in Kerala is now very aware about the different types of self-help groups which is working around, which is working, functioning, and also they need not rely on any other agency for giving them information. They are very well aware on their own. So the bridging relationship is very relevant because they have an awareness about the different groups based on their own experience. And next is the linking social capital. Next slide, please. Linking social capital. The linking social capital also, I found that I tried to measure this linking social capital by asking certain hypothetical questions regarding how honest do you think the officials in charge of your self-help group are to you. And most of the respondents from almost all the groups said that they are very honest. All the staff in charge of their self-help groups are very honest. And it was found that in the case of NGO, it was very high. And in the case of Kudumbashree, it was 35%, SNDP, it was 86%, and the case of Janashree, it was 46%. So on comparing these 3-4 type of organization, you can see that it is in the Kudumbashree, they are very aware about what are the duties that a particular official has to fulfill or has to exert over them. So when they are not doing it, they are aware of that. When the officials or the panchayat auditing is not done in a proper way, they are not able to identify it. But when in the case of the NGOs and in the case of the other groups like SNDP, it was just they did not have any need for for scrutinizing how honest they are. It was a sort of bonding. It was a sort of community-based bonding they had. So, but in the Kudumbashree, they had some sort of very strong inclination towards what they had to expect and what they received from the part of the officials. So this shows that. So this shows that the Kudumbashree is run basically on certain official, bureaucratic, and secular principles. So it's not the honesty and the dishonesty which they counts on, but it's actually how sincere the official exerts his official duties. So that's how the Kudumbashree, the members of the Kudumbashree grade or they assess their officials of the staff. And the next slide, ma'am. Can you? Next slide, please. Okay. Whether all the members of it was also asked whether do you think that all the group's members are following the officials' instructions? And to this question also, the great extent, most of the 93% of the respondents from NGO said that the officials, the linking that whoever is guiding them, they always follow them. And in the case of Kudumbashree, it was only most of them mentioned that in the case of Janashree also, the willingness to follow the official instruction was limited. So this shows the nature of the linking that the Kudumbashree and the Janashree have, which is very distinct from those which are based on the community-based relationship and which is basically the religious-based. The NGO was largely based on the religious groups, but it actually had following the secular principles. So it cannot be said so that is the NGO which I studied was basically a religious organization, but it had secular principles, but the members were majorly from the particular religious sect of the Christian population who were residing in the Kozhikode, Ernakulam, and in the Trivandrum. So this shows uniqueness of the composition of the groups is also having a very important part towards the type of cognitive social capital that is developed and the trust you can expect from a particular group. And the next slide, whether all members are, this also shows the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, just let this stay. Okay, so I have tried to understand whether access to government. No, the earlier one which I missed. No, Okay, let it be there. So the linking capital is always very much related to how far you are getting assisted by the government, how far you are getting access to governmental assistance. For example, all the groups, the ultimate and requirement of all the groups is to gain more and more governmental assistance. I have found that one of the primary intention of all the members when they join the group is that the government will be providing them certain funds. They are so this query was asked for understanding how far they relate themselves to the government, different bodies of government, or the government assistance which is given to them by way of sponsoring the micro enterprisal activities or joint liability group loans which are provided to them. All these examples were set before. All these questions were asked to them later, and towards the end I asked them whether the organization settings to which you belong, will you believe that it will increase your access to the government assistance? And to this query, most of the members from the Kudumbashree mentioned that is sure for them. It's a 41% of the members from Kudumbashree were very confident that their allegation with the group is going to link them better with the governmental infrastructure, and is going to ensure them more and more assistance. And the same was not very much less among the NGOs. Almost all of them were very much confident about the government assistance they will get if they are part of a group. But negatively, it was the SNDP microfinance members who negatively, and the Genistry members who negatively replied to this comment that the government assistance is not at all going to be a very key achievement for them if they are belonging to this particular group. So this shows that the Kudumbashree members, because of being a state-sponsored program, they are more confident in getting government assistance. And even if the assistance, they don't believe in those government assistance, the members of the NGOs and the SNDP are also staying with the group, even if the government, even if they have no better promise of this government assistance. So this is a very interesting picture. It shows that how divided are we among ourselves when it comes to making the social capital. And the last, the next slide, please. Okay, I have missed actually one slide, which is about the.
Should I go back? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Which one is this one?
Yes, this one.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I know it's there on my side. I skipped it. The organizational setting, when I also try to relate it to why the instructions of the officials are somewhat, how the instructions of the officials are taken, what is the reason given by them in when it comes to the following or not following the government officials' instructions. And it found that because of the trust, it was a trust. I asked them indicators. I asked them the proxy that I put before them was trust, then the community feeling, and the mandatory, the must feeling, and the political affiliation. And I found that in most of the groups, it was the trust. Particularly in the case of the NGOs and in the case of SNDP microfinance, it was the trust which was counting. Trust was the most important factor which affected their need for following the official's instruction. And in the case of Kudumbashree, it was mainly mandatory. Because it was mandatory that they are following their rules. And in the case of the Genistry also, it was basically more of the trust that they had with the officials. So it shows that the Kudumbashree is having its own set of institutional framework in which they have successfully incorporated into their institutional building. And each and every member are aware about the do's and the don'ts, and they are aware about that their reason for the instruction is very much anchored on the requirements, the bureaucratic requirements and the official requirements which are made by the governmental infrastructure. So this shows that there is the democratic ideals and the secular ideals are somewhat protected in the Kudumbashree when compared to other sort of organizational settings. The last thing I would like to conclude by just saying my assessment about the last slide, please. First of all, when my study was over, I was able to identify the important factors, which was I found among all the women who belong to, I surveyed around for 380 women belonging to different type of self-help groups. And one thing I found that multiple membership was a very, very difficult issue. Because the member, I was trying to find a woman who was working all the 4 organizations. And I fortunately found her from Unnikulam in Kozhikode. Kozhikode in Unnikulam, she was an Anganwadi worker. First of all, she joined the Kudumbashree in at the time of its starting during the decentralization period. In 1996 and 98, she started the Kudumbashree. And before that, she was a member of an NGO which was working in that particular area because of the help of certain altruistic individuals. And she was a member of that at first. She was married into that area, and she was first of all she became a member of the NGO. Then after the decentralization, she was made a part of the Kudumbashree mission, and she made a member of Kudumbashree group. And at the next level, what happened is that she also become a part of the SNDP movement, and then she was also made a part of the SNDP microfinance, and then her husband was a Congress, that is strong political party affiliation. And because her husband had paid confidence in her, and the party also had a confidence in them, she was also asked to mobilize the women in their locality to form the Janasri group. So she was functioning in all the four groups at the same time, simultaneously raising funds, paying debts, raising amounts, taking loans, joining the JLG groups, etc. So in fact, what I had a very long interview with her for 2 durations of time. I visited her 2 times, and I in the first level, she said that it was very easy. It was very easy to manage. It was very interesting. She felt very much empowered, and she got the confidence of the whole community. This was some of the remarks she made in the first interface I had with her. But in the second interface, when I found her, she was a bit worried about the accumulation of the debt she was making. Because she was working as an Anganwadi worker, she said that it was very difficult to do all these things together, and she was trying to evade from all these 2 groups, and she wanted to remain silent for a few months. But all these groups are having a great responsibility on them, and they are not allowing her to leave these groups. So multiple membership is actually one time empirically they are leading to increasing debt. At the same time, it is also taking a great deal of emotional toll on the women's life that they find it very difficult to unveil. Because because of this cliche of empowerment, they feel that they can bear it, but it sometimes reaches a limit, and they are actually becoming more prone to the different type of mental stress and trauma that is happening nowadays. So the next, the NGOs. In the NGOs, the most popular, even if the trust was mentioned by most of the members, they had a problem with the non-institutionalization. They said that the meeting was not regular. Many different type of ideas come in. Very often the animators are the people who are bringing us together. We don't have any drive to meet together. So the regularity, the norms was not fixed for them. It was decided by somebody else, and it was forced on them. So this feeling was there in the NGOs. And in the case of the Kudumbashree members, the single most agony of the Kudumbashree members was that the verification of the accounts. The social auditing, the verification of accounts was a very tedious job for them. And it was a time when the MNGRI group was also emerging, and they had a lot of responsibility to them as the matrons and all. They had a lot of responsibility for bringing together women for the employment, also for the daily employment and the MNGRI work. So this was a very hectic task that the Kudumbashree members felt very difficult to handle. And they felt that a lot more of pumping in of the organizational efficiency from the part of the Jilla mission and the state mission is needed to ease their jobs. Otherwise, they will be very much pissed out, or they will be very much they will be overburdened because of these official responsibilities are too much. And the expectation from the ADS and CDS is also increasing at a great level. And I can see that every budget is promising them more and more amount. At the same time, the burden of making it efficiently running it is on the shoulders of most of these women who are not skilled or not prepared to that end. So the need of the training and development is very high among the Kudumbashree members. because they are very confident about dealing with these difficult situations, but they feel that more attention from the training and development department, personal development department. Personal development is needed for the efficient performance of their duties. So this is the type of work that I have done. I think, am I left with time, sir?
So you are already in your 40 minutes maximum limit. So
okay, thank you.
Thankful that you had already presented things in a very detailed fashion, and we are very happy that the presentation went well. And in fact, we have a couple of questions, but all the questions and the comments which I'll make and all of once all the three presentation was over. Okay. So now let me invite the second speaker, Mitesh Madhavan. He is going to talk about access to finance as a human right, a study on scheduled tribe population in Kerala. And this is also very interesting, as I said in the beginning. So I'll reserve my comments at the end. So Mitesh, now the mic is over to you. Is Mitesh there or? Hello? Mitesh? Your mic is moving, I guess. Can you unmute? I'm not able to hear anything. Mitesh, are you listening us? Okay, but we are not able to hear anything. Okay. Bilman.
ദേശിന്റെ മൈക്കിന് എന്ത് വിഷയമാണ്?
Then I think we will get back because if you can rectify and all, we will get back. That would be the best, right? So we can check with. Can we go to the next presentation if that is the case? Then we are still not able to hear anything, Mitesh.
Siddiq,
yeah.
Can you move to the next person? Mitesh is having some technical issue.
I'm also thinking that.
Yeah, because he is having a serious
Aditya issue. Here. Is Aditya here? Is Aditya here? Okay. Now Aditya is going to talk about the issue on converting social capital to household asset, gains of household from women essentially. So this is also another study on self-help group. So now over to Aditya, if Aditya is here. Hello. Aditya, are you there?
So Aditya is present. Aditya is present.
Yeah. Then please respond, Aditya. This is a paper jointly written by Aditya S. MPhil scholar, Department of Sociology, and her supervisor, probably MS Jayakumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Aditya, speak.
Am I audible?
Yeah, it is audible.
So I just had some technical issues. I need 2 minutes, sir.
So if that is the case, then we can actually have some comments or questions. Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir. Hello.
They are ready. Yeah, Aditya is ready, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready, sir.
Yeah, please go through your presentation. You'll get 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
And then we have to spend some time on discussion, because that is also the most important part, especially in the online platform. So, yeah, please.
Okay, sir. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the conference coordinator for giving this wonderful opportunity. Myself, Aditya, I'm MPhil scholar, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. I'm doing with this paper along with MS Jayakumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. My topic is social capital to household assets, gains from women SHGs. This paper is based on my MPhil research, and it is conducted in Kozhikode district. Excuse me, sir. Am I audible? Hello, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As an introduction to my study, I would like to take George Orwell's quote: "All are equal, but some are more equal than others." The correct Indian scenario is just like that. The Indian society is stratified in many ways. Lower status of given to women is one of the main problem of Indian society. Here comes the woman is being discriminated in many ways since the later Vedic period. Here comes the importance of this concept, woman empowerment. Before going with woman empowerment, I would like to point my aim of the study. The aim of the study is to analyze the instrumentality of SHGs in bringing about the formation of social capital and thereby asset building in households in rural Kerala. And my methodology is I use both primary and secondary source of data. Primary data as gathered through exploratory embedded multiple case studies, and this is basically a qualitative research. And moving to empowerment. Uh, Empowerment of women and their participation in the development process has been considered as an essential feature of development. Empowerment is related to the word power. Power can be defined as control over material assets, intellectual resources, and ideology. Material assets can be physical, human, or financial. Intellectual resources are knowledge, information, and ideas, and control over ideology signifies the ability to generate, propagate, sustain, and institutionalize specific set of beliefs and values, attitude, and behavior. Thus, power accumulates to those who control or are able to influence the discrimination of material resources, knowledge, and ideology that govern social relations in both public and private life. The extent of power held by individuals or groups is proportionate to number of kinds of resources then they control and the extent to which they can shape prevailing social, religious, or political ideologies. This control is termed related to power of decision making. This is the main quotation by Batiwala. According to United Nations, women empowerment mainly have five components that are generating women's sense of self-worth, women right to have and determine their choice, women right to access to equal opportunities and all kinds of resources, women right to have power to regulate and control their own lives within and outside the home, and women's ability to control creating more just social and economic order. Thus, women empowerment is nothing but recognition of women's basic human rights and creating a environment where they can be treated as equal to men. For the empowerment of women, India has adopted many approaches which aimed at the women's advancement in different spheres. From the fifth five-year plan onwards has been marked after a shift in approach to women issues from welfare to development. During 1950 to 1970s, welfare approach was used. It was a political safe approach, uh, but later women development came to in the picture. It gave more emphasis to the woman status, so it could give focus to making women visible in the development process. This does not take into account gender relations and it is considered to overemphasize women's productive side and income generation and ignores the reproductive side. It got lots of criticism. Later, women and development approach became popular. This considered that women had always been part of production process, so there is no need to involve them with a development process. That perspective fails to analyze deeply in relations between patriarchy and women's downgraded status in different societies and the existing gender relations in different classes of society as also neglected. This also severely criticized the gender and development perspective that was evolved in 1980s. It was inspired from the socialist feminist ideologies. It tried to cover almost all the aspects of woman life and her culture assigned roles and status. It examines the cause of women's exclusion and their constraints, while women did emphasize the exclusion of women from the development process. The empowerment approach developed in the mid 1980s is a relatively new approach in women and development discourse. The origin of empowerment approach has derived less from the research on the first world woman and more from emergent feminist writing and grassroots organizational experience of third world women. Empowerment approach comes from the woman group who seeks to empower themselves through greater self-reliance. Central government has announced several programs for the betterment of women's lives. Women seek to influence their own change and right to determine their own choice in the life. It seems from the empowerment view, the women need appropriate resource to achieve self-sufficiency. and these SHGs are such a resource. Self-help groups, which really rely on the strength of unity and mutual help, is also main deep-rooted programs which owns the major role in the development activity. Then self-help groups. Self-help groups are a small homogeneous group formed through the process of self-selection with members of 10 to 20 members. These are voluntary association of people formed to attain some common goals. People of similar economic and social background associate generally with the help of any NGO or government agency and trying to resolve their issues and improve their living condition. There are different type of SHGs working in India, like women's, men's, children's SHGs. Out of the total SHGs in India, 90% of the SHGs are belongs to women. The basic principle of SHGs are group approach, mutual trust, and small and manageable group, spirit of thrift, demand-based lending, collateral-free, poor-friendly loan, and peer group pressure in repayment, skill training, capacity building, and empowerment. It's a definition by Lelita. Then, if we trace back the origin of SHGs in India, the origin of SHG in India can be traced back the establishment of Self-Employed Women's Association, SEWA, in 1972. Even before, there were small effort of self-organizing. For example, in 1954, the Textile Labor Association of Ahmedabad formed its own women wing in order to maintain, train, and women belongs to families of mill workers in skills such as sewing, knitting, etc. In India, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development initiated SHGs in 1986 to 1987. During 1991 and 1992, it got large promotion, and in 1993, Reserve Bank also allowed SHG to open saving accounts in banks. Facility for availing bank service was a major boost to this movement. Later, SHGs got assistance from non-governmental organizations and MFI. It could grow into full-fledged program with the objective of poverty alleviation, women empowerment, and financial inclusion. The emergence of rapid multiplication of these SHGs gained importance in the development scenario. Totally, there are 7 million SHGs that exist in the country. The Ranjanathan Committee report highlights the 4 major reasons for the lack of financial inclusion in India. Hello? Hello?
Hello, you continue, Aditya.
Okay. Their inability to give collateral security, weak credit absorption capacity, and insufficient reach of institutions and weak community network. Actually, self-help groups could resolve these limitations, and it acts as a microfinance service to the poor. They can take loans from these SHGs with low interest. It acts as a formal banking service, and it reaches to the rural poor for their needs. They offer collateral-free loans to the section of people that generally finds too hard to get loans from banks. Other than providing economic assistance, SHGs give equal importance to social aspects also. It also social aspects act as an capacity building program in all aspects. It helps to bring marginalized sections of the society in the domain of employment and income generating activities. Financial independence through self-employment opportunities also help improve other development factors such as literacy level, improved health care, and better family planning. And they also resolve conflict via mutual discussions and collective leadership. They also play a great role in empowering women because SHG help women to economically weaker sections build social capital. The main purpose of SHGs can be shortlisted as financial inclusion, voice of marginalized, social integrity, gender equality, pressure group, enhancing efficiency of government schemes, alternative source of livelihood, employment, and banking literacy. The next section is capital accumulation through SHGs, or how SHGs are helping its members for the capital accumulation. This capital accumulation are not limited to economic capital. There are several capital like social capital, cultural capital, and this concept is put forward by Bourdieu. Generally, women are considered as powerless persons. Most of the time, lack of capitals in their life being also reason for their powerlessness. Women are being restricted with the walls of households, and their work is not even counted and respected. Self-help groups act as a platform for women to come beyond their households and interact with public life. It also helps women to enlarge their social work beyond their neighborhoods and even to make a strong bonding with their women in their locality who share similar living conditions. SHG make these members to accumulate the capable hands different forms of capital. Before going to Bourdieu's concept, before going to theoretical part, I would like to share my fieldwork experience. The ladies mainly shared me like that. They were before they were limited to their households, and they are only in a talking interaction with the neighborhood only, and they got a chance to interact with the people, and the main thing, the main change happened in their life is that they know their village very well. They came to know other ladies and their problems, and they create a friendship group, which was a dream for them before. And moving to Bourdieu's concept, depending on the field in which it functions, it acts the cost of more or expensive transformation, which are precondition for its efficiency field in question. Capital can present itself in three fundamental forms: as economic capital, which is immediately and directly convertible into money and may be institutionalized in the form of property rights. And second is cultural capital, which is convertible or certain condition into economic capital and may be institutionalized in the form of educational qualification. And social capital, made of the social obligation, which is convertible in certain conditions into economic capital and may be institutionalized in the forms of little nobility. In short, Bourdieu says there are forms of capital, that is economic, social,
Aditya,
and
come to
cultural.
your main points, okay? Because
okay, sir.
we are running out of time. Also,
Okay, sir.
please press your hide point in that stop share, near the stop sharing, click the hide button, because that is hide.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Just hide. Yeah.
Okay.
Please do that.
Okay, I'm skipping the theoretical part.
Come to your findings and your fieldwork experience.
Yeah. As in the Bourdieu's theory, through SHGs, the woman could improve their capitals, including economic and social and cultural capital. Social capital is, for example, I already stated that they got friendship, their mutual trust, their bonding made their social capital, which is which at any time it can be convertible into any other forms. And this trust and someone is with me and we are a power, this feeling made them to further move beyond or the expectation from by the society and do many things. And the culture, as in the cultural capital, there are different forms of cultural capital. In this cultural capital, through the classes in SHGs, like the entrepreneurial skills or the leadership qualities or how to do banking. These classes gave them an enlightenment to tackle many their daily life tasks and more training like stitching and cattle rearing help them to lead their further daily lives and to earn more money from this cattle rearing and stitching works. And these are the mainly the capitals acquired by the ladies through this SHG. And the main thing is the capital acquired through this SHGs are not kept with as it is. Actually, actually it is rolling or changing to one form to another. The emergence and activities of SHGs have brought about the significant changes in India, particularly in Kerala. With no doubt, the initiatives of SHG help the women to adopt their inner talents and participate outside home. The capital attained to SHGs are not kept the forms as they accumulated, rather transformed to economic capital. They could develop economic and cultural capital because of the social capital that they could create with the help of SHGs. Mutual trust, obligation, respect, networking within them made possible to work them as a group. Their strong social capital succeeded to develop economic benefit out of this networking in a direct, evident way. Through organizing into a group, SHGs could enhance embedded social capital and develop new objectified cultural capital. The main thing is that SHG could successfully transform this cultural capital into monetary forms. For instance, SHG started grocery shops or stitching center. Through the startups, they created money for their survival. In short, SHG's members transformed their social capital to economic capital. Economic capital gained by converting social capitals is not kept as it is. Rather, it is used make household assets. Social SHG members usually use their money generated through their networking for the benefits of their family. They use their profit for their work to buy groceries, to pay fees for the education of their children, to buy home appliances, to pay hospital bills, etc. They used money to buy gold ornaments for their children, which is considered as the best investment in India. They use loan from SHGs to assist their husband to build a new house in doctor's marriage, etc. In short, their households are the only beneficiary for their savings. And one of my participants said that they could buy a little earring for their daughter, and that was the wonderful moment in her life. She felt she get still worthy, still felt like she is still worthy, and she also get respect from her family. And during this time her eyes was shining, and she feels like this was the most memorable day in her life. And this diagram shows the link between SHG and woman household. Just as it shows, SHGs is household is being connecting to SHGs through women. The household is a primary group, and SHG also act as a primary group to the woman. And one primary group is getting benefited by the other primary group through the woman. Actually, more than being the woman is not individually benefited through this SHGs. Actually, the household is making more benefits through women from SHGs. And this diagram shows the flow of capital from SHG to household. This diagram shows the woman is SHGs are making social, cultural, and economic capital, and
Aditya,
yes, hello.
Please conclude. Okay. Because
okay.
Running out of time, so the other presenter is waiting. Otherwise.
Okay. This diagram clearly depicts the scenario. Women are connecting agent between two groups, that is family and SHG. Mostly women are not being individually benefited. They are not gaining anything for their personal life other than the social capital. If it is kept in the pure form, if social capital got converted, then it will be for the benefit of their family. Women are creating a cultural capital which is prescribed by the patriarchal system. Sessions and discussions on parenting, healthy cooking, pesticides in fruits and vegetables will only make women more systematic and efficient in their confined roles. Most of the time, SHG act as a platform for the government to make several policies and conduct several programs. SHG members are the prime beneficiary of the several policies and programs by the government. SHG help the government to reach household effectively. Strong and social network among themselves have to know benefiting programs government at the right time and apply for it. This again helps the household. Before going to conclusion, the main finding of the study is how the woman is act as a connecting person between SHGs and households, and how this household is making benefited from the SHGs. And the woman, rather than woman is benefiting more, the benefits gets through the SHGs are mainly focusing on the households, or households is transforming this benefits into its benefits only. As a conclusion, women empowerment, in fact, a merely hope for the women to enhance their life and social visibility into a different level and also achieving the freedom. It should be checked at the SHG and other women empowering programs and policies, and limiting the concept of women empowerment in the economic aspects. In Indian society, women are traditionally discriminated against and excluded from political and family related decisions. Despite the large amount of work of the women must do on a daily basis support their families. Their opinions are rarely acknowledged and their rights are still limited. SHG is acting on the grounds of patriarchy, which makes empowerment under a question mark. SHG is limiting to economical capital, or at least reaching to economic capital to household assets. In other words, women are simply taking the role of breadwinners without making any damage to the confined roles and expectations. It can be seen that the social capital formed in SHGs are transformed into household assets, in turn raise the standard of living member household in rural areas. However, whether newly gained social capital and the consequent elevated standard of living bring about their empowerment remains contested. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Now, Mitesh, is your...
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Here I am sharing
Please
my
proceed.
PPT.
Please proceed. So do I need to... Yeah, Mitesh is going to talk about access to finance as a human right. a study on scheduled tribe population in Kerala.
Okay.
So, Mitesh,
Uh,
be brief because
yeah, sure.
of time.
I would like to share my opinion.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, is it visible? My PPT is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the opportunity for presenting my paper here. So I'm directly starting my presentation. Active finance as a human right, a study on scheduled tribes in Kerala. So active finance. One second, please. Okay, active finance can be defined as the availability of supply of reasonable quality financial services at a reasonable cost, where reasonable quality and reasonable cost have to be defined to relative to some objective standard, with cost reflecting all pecuniary and non-pecuniary costs. Active finance as a human right. Human right gives entitlement to every individual and puts the corresponding obligation on the state and other actors to respect, protect, and promote human freedom and dignity. The practice of minimum living wages, decent standard of living, education, and economic quality is ensured to all its citizens by the Constitution of India. These are the measured in terms of money, and it can be acquired through the finance. So it can be straightly stated that access to finance as a human right. Access to finance for the marginalized people. An inclusive financial system helps to reduce the inequalities and poverty of developing nations. Finance, which is cheaper and easily accessible, ensures sustainable development of the marginalized people. Such an access is the freedom to do what they really want to do. Methodology to understand the participation of the scheduled tribes in the financial institution, sample survey was conducted among 4 districts of Kerala, namely Palakkad, Idukki, Wayanad, and Kasaragod. There are 384 samples were collected randomly. Both primary and secondary data were used for the study. Accessibility to banking. A bank account is that which enables poor households to perform major financial functions such as saving money safely outside the house, accessing credit, making loan or premium payments, or transferring money. The access and usage of financial services are determined majorly by bank accounts. In spite of various efforts put forward by the RBI to increase the number of branch outlets in rural areas through different schemes like the basic savings bank deposit accounts, PMJDY, etc. The rural and tribal people are marginalized in terms of access to finance. The participation of scheduled tribes in the financial services. Majority of the bank accounts are open for receiving the financial benefits provided by the government and the NTNRGS wages. The participation to the survey opened that they have never made any deposit to their bank account in their lifetime. Even though digitalization of the financial resources is overwhelming at the current phase, most of the marginalized community are unaware of these platforms. The study revealed that the 49.2% of the response family does not hold any bank account. 50.8% of the are holding bank account. Out of this, 56.41% of the response stick on the savings account, and remaining are non-free account, which means zero balance account. Next one, the geographical marginalization. The table revealed that the distance to the financial institution is one of the main reasons for the marginalization of respondents. It was found that 45.6% of the respondents have to travel a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers to reach the nearest bank, and 43.8% of the respondents have a post office within a kilometer from their home, but are totally unaware of the banking facilities provided by the post office. The table clearly indicates that the geographical marginalization is the main reason for preventing access to finance to the respondents. Then SAGs. As per the table, 46 0.4% of the respondents were members in SAG, but in Wayanad district, only 16.8% respondents were members of SAG. SAG helped to improve saving habit of the poor. It helped to make financial planning of the poor and satisfied the financial needs for them. Financial literacy of the respondents have the major contribution in their non-membership to financial institutions. The study found that the significance levels was below 0.05. It can be stated that the opinion regarding the members of Kudumbasri or SHG among the districts had a significant relation. Then savings in Kudumbasri or SHG. The study showed that the amount saved by the members of Kudumbasri or SHG between rupees 1,000 to 5,000 was 43.8%. It was a positive trend of the Kudumbasri or SHGs in this area. The amount of contribution helped to make good investment. The financial planning under SHGs helped to improve the saving of the participants. It was revealed that those who are financially literate are being part of the Kudumbasri or SHGs. It is a positive sign that the financial education helps to improve the financial position and standard of living of the people. Kudumbasri controlled and coordinated various financial dealings through its program, which were of great use to the village folk. Money was lent to the people as a loan in a comparatively smaller interest rate. They had savings scheme of different types, which facilitate the collection of money as installment in weekly meeting. Loans taken from the Kudumbasri was of great help to village household, which made the woman in the home self-sufficient. She mobilized the money in the most precise way as possible. Loans for agriculture and related purpose, poultry farming, etc. were provided through this scheme. The Kudumbasri or SHGs is in rural areas help to improve the socio-economic conditions of the scheduled tribes. Then credit from the Kudumbasri or SHGs. Utilization of loans facility was poor in Palakkad, Idukki, and Wayanad, but in Kasaragod it was shown that they were effectively using the loan facility. The main reason was that they were not confident on the repayment of the loan amount. They did not have a sufficient employment to repay the money. Mainly, they are using the borrowed money for the consumption and other financial emergencies. When they wanted to repay, they again needed to borrow money from somewhere else. This affected their financial stability and gradually lead to the quitting from the Kudumbasri or SHG. Therefore, the financial stability depends on their financial habits. Financial literacy helps to improve the financial habit of the people. They were considering Kudumbasri or SHG as an investment avenue. The respondents opined that after the commencement of Kudumbasri or SHG, the influences of money lending were less in tribal areas. When they faced emergencies of money, they took loan from the Kudumbasri or SHG. The significance level was 0.0. It can be statistically stated that the amount of loan from the Kudumbasri or SHG was significantly associated among districts. Then credit amount from the Kudumbasri or SHGs. The study found that those who took loan from the Kudumbasri or SHGs had taken different amounts. The mostly adopted range was from rupees 1,000 to 5,000. The range of amount varied with the earning capacity of the members per month. They actually took loans as per their capability to repay it. In such a way, they made a better financial planning with their income. When compared Wayanad with the other districts, the study showed that the acceptance of loan from Kudumbasri or SHG was fewer. It means that the influence of microfinance was very poor in Wayanad. Then reasons for not being a member of Kudumbasri or SHGs, it's financial literacy, unfriendly attitude of the members, failure to coordinate them under one umbrella, irregular income, improper functioning of the Kudumbasri or SHGs marked the failure of financial inclusion at the base level. One of the respondents opined that she joined in Kudumbasri or SHG 2 years ago. She said that the prior secretary of the Kudumbasri in their settlement got government job. Her successor was not able to carry out the functions of group well, even though she was the only one literate in the group. Then MGNREGS. The effective participation of MGNREGS was not ensured in the scheduled tribal areas. Lack of interest in the scheme, health problems, technological unawareness, delay in distribution of wages, scope of the other employment opportunities, distance to bank and ATM counters for withdrawing their money, means wages, unfriendly attitude of the banking officials were the main problems faced by them. The study revealed that 52.6% of the respondents were not participants of MGNREGS. The significance level of participants of MGNREGS was 0.0 and it was significantly associated among districts. Reasons for not participating in MGNREGS, it's already said. So then about their savings in different avenues. This study found that the amount saved by the respondents in different avenues is showed that the 40% of the respondents saved below rupees 1,000 of their income per annum. 31% of the respondents saved between rupees 1,000 to 5,000. The saving habit of the respondents was found to be very less. They saved only a small portion of the amount. Lack of employment opportunity, low income, lack of access to financial institutions, illiteracy, etc. were issued in this regard. So then it is a paired sample test. The study from the table, the study revealed that the saving habit of the scheduled tribes was comparatively less. Having a regular income promoted the habit of saving. The result of the paired sample t-test indicated that most of the respondents did not have the habit of making a regular savings. It affected their socio-economic conditions. The results indicated that the mean of savings before 5 years was significantly different from the mean of the saving made in the year of data collection. The result revealed that the value of paired sample t-test was 2.192 with a p-value of 0.033. So there was a statistically significant difference between the mean of saving made before the 5 years and the year of data collection that was accepted. It's about different savings avenue. The study showed that the 53% of the respondents have deposited their money in banks. The difficulty in accessing financial institutions stood as a main obstacle in the path of sustainable development. Then about their investment. Scheduled tribes were not much active in making investment since they did not have much economic backup. As per the study, 85.9% of the respondents did not have any kind of investment. Gold constituted 5.9% of the investment. Scheduled tribes mainly depend on agriculture for living. About 4.1% of invested in agriculture sector. However, in reality, they had to take loans to meet the expenses. The agriculture sector did not provide adequate return to invest, and it affected their wealth maximization. They also adopted cattle rearing for generating income. Around 1.8% of person invested in cattle rearing, but as it was a small scale investment, it also did not provide much return to the scheduled tribes. Then source of investment. The study showed that the 78.2% of the scheduled tribes generally depends on their own savings for the investment. The main reason was that they did not have any other source of income, and there were several other reasons too. They did not have anything to pledge or any land title for the purpose of selling or executing lease. Most of the time they did not get any returns from the investment, and they made a default in the repayment of loan, which resulted in their future financial dealings. Then amount of investment. The study showed that 92.7% of the beneficiaries made investment in below rupees 1 lakh. The investment below rupees 1 lakh were considered as a small scale investment, and it did not have much economic return. 5.5% of investment were made between the range of rupees 3 to 4 lakh. Then borrowed amount. then borrowed amount. The borrowed amount by the scheduled tribes was less, as they did not have much income to meet the repayment. The study found that 87.5% of respondents did not have any borrowings. It was revealed that an amount of up to rupees 50,000 was borrowed by 10.7% of the respondents. The respondents lacked skill to cost out the individual products, access their best use and compare alternatives. This was reflected in the borrowing patterns of the respondents. Then purpose of the borrowing. 41.7% of the respondents borrowed money for a medical purposes. As an investment, 14.6% borrowed money for agriculture sector. Scheduled tribes borrowed a fewer amount for day-to-day consumption. As time passed, these small amount increased and become a huge amount of debt. The interest rate of borrowing money from moneylenders was very high. The main purpose of borrowing money was the rural agriculture bank provided subsidies. It became cheapest source of funding. Financial literacy among the tribes helped to identify the cheapest source and use it as a best alternative for the borrowing amount. So, source of borrowing. So, as they did not have a regular income and no other source were available for them due to the earlier use, they borrowed money mainly from the financial institutions. At times, scheduled tribes depends on non-tribal people in emergencies, and most of them did not get any help. SHGs had an important role in providing loans to the members. Literacy formed one of the main problems of the tribes, and it is affected the working of SHGs in many situations. Scheduled tribes' employment was based on a seasonal cultivation, and they did not get any regular employment. In off-season, they made dues in their repayment, and they needed to depend on borrowing. Among the borrowers, 64.6% were borrowed from banks. All the borrowings were secured by property like gold, except SHG loans, and it affected their financial planning and standard of living very badly. Payment dues. Scheduled tribes lived in rural areas. They depended the nearby villages for employment. They did not get any regular employment, and wages for the employment was comparatively low with respect to the other places. Scheduled tribes were employed in the agriculture sector on a seasonal basis. Therefore, again, main reason of making non-payment was insufficient income, lack of availability of funding in time, medical emergencies, etc. From among the borrowers, 35.4% were default in repayment. Then a paired sample t-test about the borrowing. When paired sample t-test was conducted analyzing the borrowings made before 5 years in comparison with the borrowings made in the year of data collection, it was found that the mean of borrowing made before 5 years and was not significantly different. The value of t-test was 1.135 with a p-value of 0.259, and there was a significant difference in the average borrowing before 5 years and the year of data collection among scheduled tribes population in Kerala. Then Kerala restrictions on transfer by and restoration of lands to scheduled tribes act in 1999.
Hitesh, can you come to your
and
as well as your findings? That is
coming to the conclusion, just only one slide. The complex and contradicting provisions of the Act needed amendment when they wanted to borrow money for their agriculture allied activities. They were not being able to use land as a security for the loan amount. To the conclusion, the study has identified that even though the Constitution of India has recognized access to finance as a human right, it is deprived to a majority population even after long years of independence. Scheduled tribes are identified to be one among them. respondents to the survey are found to be mostly financially illiterate and unaware to make use of financial benefits available to them. Marginalization of scheduled tribes from the financial institution is against their right to life and personal liberty. For attaining a life human dignity, the scheduled tribes should have financial capability to do that. Nevertheless, scheduled tribes are filtered from the access of financial services knowingly or unknowingly by the institution. Financial independence of the marginalized community is the need of the hour, which can be made possible only by the unanimous effort and initiative made in this regard by the government and the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidesh. Thank you. I think it is done, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is I think all the papers are good one. In fact, for an economics students, the first paper, which is actually about joint in labor and liability paper, which was written by Jyoti S. Nair, is an interesting one because for a homo economic individual, which is what is actually economic individuals are being conceptualized and treated. To that, this paper is basically talking about completely bonding, bridging, and a trust-based system, which is in fact the theme of the whole exercise. So I think for the students can better understand and see that people are completely dependent, and this rationality assumption of this kind of economics is completely different to that of the sociology, which is perceived as well as they try to make. So every time her presentation, in fact the most striking presentation point which I felt is that the SHGs or the people who work in the SHGs, in fact, work not for themselves, which is contrary to what I observed in the beginning. If economic rational individual works for themselves, but in this case, they work for others. So majority of them are working. So it's completely a different experience altogether. If that is the thing, then the whole understanding would be different and the result also different. So with this a different view from a sociologist, I think economic students may get better understanding about how the society works in that way. So in the second paper also, I have a couple of observation. That is especially second paper means Mitesh's paper. Mitesh's paper, I have a few queries also, because if you can please note it down. So if it is actually about the access as well as access of different kinds, saving, deposit, borrowing, investment, etc. So now how there should be a comparison between the mainstream communities as well as the tribal community. Then only you can see the gap. Otherwise, in the data, what you have absolutely had given us more than 50% of people has bank savings. Then they have access in that sense. They have also borrowing, which is more than 50%. So how do we see this as a constitutional problem if the 50% or plus people are having access? Now, the other 50% is not having that. You have to say that the other lot of the society is in fact having 100%. So the distance function you can use and say that how much this community is being away from the mainstream. So that kind of a comparative analysis only makes the point more interesting than simply saying that 60% of the people, 64% is having only borrowing, because there is no comparative point in that. So that don't give any sort of different understanding of what is actually their marginality, etc. So when you make a point of that kind, we should say that the access of a mainstream community as well as the community that is a tribal or a marginalized community, or the people who live at the margin. So then only it makes a difference, and then the government can, because the tribal subplans, for example, from ever since its inception of 70s, late 70s. We are almost 45 years of tribal subplan, history of tribal subplan. But all the tribal subplans, in fact, try to give, fund for connecting this marginalized segment to the mainstream. A lot of money had been pumped over the last 45 years to build roads, to make connectivity, etc. Every year there is a subhead for making it. But what happened is that all the fund were being utilized to make the roads, which leads to the tribal hamlet, but never reach the roads to the tribal hamlet. That is a problem with the policy. And all the non-tribal settlements, whether it is in Wayanad or Idukki or Palakkad, wherever you go, all the other sides were being improved, but not the tribal hamlets being connected properly. So, but the money is always been spent for this purpose. So there is a clear paradox involved there, and we need to then address that and then see that, the nearby non-tribal settlements, when compared to the tribal settlement, then only you can say that whether they are constitutionally deprived their rights, etc. So that is the most important observation I found it's missing in this, and you have to make it possible. Then it will be get published and all. So otherwise it becomes an absolute statement without, a concrete comparative analysis. Then the paper which is by Aditya and Kumar, that is also interestingly tried to address the theme of the session, which is in fact, I think, we need to understand the genealogy. In the beginning, I said like the women in development and women and development, gender and development. This concept she was trying to bring in. The difference is that, the first one started though in 70s, later 70s, where it is having only a unidirectional look into the question of women in development. Means, it's only one directional. There is no critical understanding that whether the development deprives women or women is in fact improves development, etc. So that kind of a critical analysis was only came in the later thing, which is, I feel, more inclusive. And again, the gender role things in the development is also very important, which was again said that what are the gender, in fact, the gender contribution in the development. So all this is in fact a kind of inclusive understanding, which is only later now took the momentum. And I think now we are in a slow pace to into it, basically understand the role of women, their role in bridging, then as well as bonding the economic development in all overall sense. So with this comment, let me open the whole floor to questions, and I hope some constructive questions are there. So some moderator is going to actually read out the question, and all the presenters, please note your question and please respond accordingly. So overlay.
So,
yeah, Lakshmi.
Yes, now we have a question answer session. And the first question is to Dr. Jyoti by Akhilasri. Ma'am, is it possible to take membership in both NGOs and government organizations simultaneously?
Yes, I have found evidences of that, plenty in fact, in which the Kudumbashree was the most sought after. And along with the Kudumbashree, they were working in another NGOs and SNDP microfinance, and even the private financiers like ISAF was very much, they were part of the ISAF microfinance programs. In particular, it was seen in the Ernakulam Vaipin area. ISAF was very popular among the Kudumbashree members as well. So it shows that the Kudumbashree didn't have any objection towards this multi-membership. It was not a problem among them. For the ADS and the CDS, it was not an issue. But for the community-based organizations also, multiple membership was not an issue. It was only raised as an issue by those who were running the NGOs. Because NGOs, they knew that this is going to be increasing the debt burden of the individual members. So they were actually warning them as to not getting into membership of different types of group. So the only hindrance that the women had was from the part of the NGOs. Kudumbashree was very lenient in that fact, in letting the members becoming members of other groups, and they were not. And the other group, the SNDP, was also not very much strict about that. And regarding the NGOs, it was very much they were somehow reluctant, but they were lenient in the case of Kudumbashree. They allowed the members to continue with the Kudumbashree, but they were reluctant when the women joined the Janistry, etc. So maybe the what was interesting is that the political groups were somewhat seen as political affiliation was seen to be very personal. No one actually dared to question their political affiliation because it was at sort of most of the members most of the women actually joined these groups because of the compulsion on the part of their father-in-laws or their husbands. So it was some sort of some sort of indulgences with regard to the patriarchy as well, when it comes to making decisions for the entering into multi-membership. So this is not a simple issue. It is a very complex issue in which you need to think of the dilemma of the private and the public life. So it's also have undercurrents in the patriarchy as well. So this, in fact, is an object for another research as well. This is my observation. The things may be changing nowadays also, because social society is actually a dynamic and a never-ending process. So to have a current understanding, you need to do some research on your own. I think it will be a better option.
Yes, ma'am. The next question is to you itself. How did the trust and solidarity among the women self-help groups paved way for the socio-economic development in Kerala and also in empowering women in our society?
Oh, that example is very, very self-evident from the case in which how we tackled the pandemic food crisis food crisis and the famine which would have emerged in Kerala. The exodus refugee exodus which happened in Delhi has not happened in Kerala. All these are some of the visible examples to which you can relate to the community kitchens. Community kitchens were run by none other than the Kudumbashree groups. These Kudumbashree groups are themselves the self-help groups which have led to women empowerment. So this is actually the women. It is actually the evidence, the lack of refugee, the exodus during the pandemic period, the way in which the flood was effectively handled, the way in which all the surveys, the health surveys, and even the vaccination drive will be run by the eco-friendly election protocol, which was done in several booths. All these had the participation of women. So this shows that these are clear indications of how the women get empowered, because they moved in groups. They moved in groups, and this movement in the groups ensured the mobility and also visibility to the public domain. So this, in fact, is one of the key indicators for measuring empowerment. So the visibility of the women in the public domain has increased. And to that, I think primarily we have to thank the group collectivities and this group formations, which is done. Particularly, it's very remarkable in the case of Kudumbashree because it has a state funding and a state support and support of the political, whoever is in the political administration, they give the support to the state-funded Kudumbashree. So primarily, we have to thank the Kudumbashree for this sort of. And again, in addition to that, all the different types of mobilization which have happened by bringing together the women is in fact an evidence of how the it's in fact an evidence of what we are seeing nowadays. So it is self-explanatory, I think. Nowadays it is self-explanatory. This question is self-explanatory.
Ma'am, the next question from Ashna Koshi. How does self-help groups and cooperatives differ?
Actually, I have not done study among the cooperatives, so I will not be able to elaborate on how it differs from the cooperatives. I think Devakumar sir is joining for the next session on cooperatives. He will be able to do more justice towards that question. But the thing is that the cooperatives during my study, I found that nowadays the cooperative sectors like cooperative banks, cooperative societies are also run by the women who are trained by the Kudumbashrees. So these feeder stock, Kudumbashree feeder stock is also going into cooperative sector as well. So this, the primary mobilization of the women at the grassroots level is actually now happening more at a more in a focused manner, and is in a very dynamic manner in the grassroots level by Gurumashri and the self-help groups. So this may have its repercussions in the cooperative sector as well. But cooperative as a conceptual comparison between the two, I will not be able to make it because I have studied only about the self-help group mobilizations. The cooperative basic ethics and the principles I'm not familiar with. Sorry for that.
Thank you, ma'am, for your answers.
Okay.
Next, we have questions for Ms. Aditya. The first question is how self-help groups relates to sustainable development. It's the question from Aditya Mishra to Ms. Aditya. How self-help groups relates to sustainable development?
You can read out all the questions and then the respective presenters may be responding.
Okay. Okay, sir. So the next question
we are running out of time. Yeah.
Yes, sir. The next question is also to Ms. Aditya. How self-help groups helps in the development of minority women like widows, differently abled, etc. Next, I think we do have a question to Dr. Mitesh, and it is how is the working of post office banking, and does the people belonging to the scheduled tribes know more about it? Sir, we have this much questions.
Hello, Aditya. Are you there? Or Mitesh?
Oh, sorry. So, yeah. I thought.
Mitesh, respond.
Yeah. I will respond that question. Actually, thanks to the chair for the valuable comment on and perspective on my presentation. What you said is right about the there is a if we are conducting a comparison between the general population and the marginalized scheduled tribes is a very good perspective. But as we know that scheduled tribes is not only the marginalized people, so we should take all the people from different groups. So that is also possible, but it will take time. That I will include in later my studies. So and then about the distance from the non-tribal people, that one I already done that. The distance from tribal to non-tribal people. So that I am not able to include in this slide, but I already done that part. About this question about the post office savings, actually why I am putting the post office savings in this regard, because post office is reachable to everyone. It is available in every corner of the country, so everyone can easily access the post office. In early stages, they already started that different saving schemes, but mainly they are delivering the letters and kind of things. But now they shifted their activities to the basic banking activities during the as we know that during the COVID time, the post office provide cash delivery to the needed, means those who have a post office savings account, the postman will deliver the cash based on their demand. If we encourage the activities of post office, that will be more easy to access the tribal people. As I shown in my presentation, the distance to the post office is up to 1 to 2 kilometers. But when we take the case of bank, it is a longer than this post office. So that way we can improve the access or geographical marginalization of scheduled tribes from the banking activities. So that's why I consider post office as very important for the scheduled tribe people. Thank you.
I think we can Yeah.
Hello.
Jyoti there.
Hello.
Sorry, Aditya. Sorry.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Regarding to questions raised, first question for the widows and differently able people, I haven't noticed through my case studies in such cases, but I think or I heard that they are helping the widows and other unemployed person to attain many works, or they are trained in many ways, as just like stitching or like cattle rearing, what they can do. And they ask what they can do or what they prefer to do, and they will give the assistance to start it. They will also some NGO sponsored to this SHGs, and they are very much like interested to solve their problems, or to make a discussion on their problems, and share with the SHG group members, and take further initiative to solve their problems, or to assist for their lives. And in regarding the sustainable development, there are many functions for SHG to perform. There are many. Actually, I listed that in my presentation, and the main objective of is SHGs are said that poverty alleviation and women empowerment. These are the main inequality or problem in the development in our country. That is poverty alleviation. It is much more focused on the equal distribution of things, or equal distribution, or making the available resources to them, which they can make utilized and further developed in a better manner. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can wind up the session. If anybody want to ask a question, you can comment. Otherwise, we will be. Okay. So we can close the session. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Nair and Aditya and Dr. Mitesh, for your wonderful observation and reflection on the issues which you talked about.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Ms. Monisha, second MA Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sri Lakshmi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's needed to a pleasure to be here, deliver the vote of thanks. First, I would like to thank the chairperson of the section, Mr. Siddiq Rabiat, sir, the chairing the section, and for the section conducting is very smooth. And next, I would like to thank the speakers, Dr. Jyoti S. Nair, Assistant Professor, Head, Research Center and Postgraduate Department of Sociology, Government KNM Arts and Science College, Kanjiramkulam, Thiruvananthapuram, for the valuable information on trust in social, structural and conjunctive aspects of society, and the impact of microfinance and self-help group has to created on women depending on the type of organizational framework, and they worked on it and engaged within. It's provide an insight into the existence of cooperative dilemma, and which has a pertinent issue wherein every often to larger vision of the organization decided to outcome of their cooperative engagement. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I extended my gratitude Dr. Mitesh Madhavan, a research associate, NRPPD, Center for Development Studies, for his valuable information regarding the relationship between the human right and access to finance. I talked to on access of finance, the case of scheduled tribes, the saving and investment habits, etc. Thank you, sir. Next, I extend my gratitude towards Ms. Aditya S., MPhil Scholar, the Department of Sociology, University of Kerala, for her presentation on a very informative for the section with regarding to analyzing the effectiveness of SHGS is generating the social capital, and how to the social capital act as to effective mechanism in the creation of household asset of its members. Next, I extend my sincere gratitude to Sri Lakshmi Sudhakaran for delivering the welcome address. Finally, I thank to all teachers, participants, and all other whose active participation made the section is very success. Once again, I thank to all each and every one of you. When we are moving to the next section, and I welcome to Divyanjana for the welcome speech on technical section 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monisha. Good afternoon. Welcome to the technical session 2 of the International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The theme of this technical session is Cooperatives, Challenges Ahead. The chairperson of the session is Dr. A. Abdul Salim, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. He is the former director of the Inter-University Center for Alternative Economics, University of Kerala. He has a teaching experience of more than 27 years and research experience of more than 26 years. He has also undertaken major research projects of the UNDP, CDS, and UGC. He is one of the best educationists in Kerala and has also organized a number of national and international conferences. I cordially welcome you, sir, to chair this session.
Thank you. Thank you.
There will be 3 presentations in this session. The first speaker of this technical session is Dr. Devakumar PS, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Government College for Women, Thiruvananthapuram. He is a first rank holder in MCOM from University of Kerala, has an LLB and is also a fellow cost and management accountant as well as fellow company secretary. Dr. Devakumar has his PhD in financial performance evaluation of selected public sector industrial undertakings under revival in Kerala. A master's in business administration. He has 20 years of teaching experience in various government colleges in Kerala. He is an expert in the field of commerce. He has presented 34 papers in national and 3 papers in international seminars. He has also undertaken minor and major projects of UGC, ICSSR, and Kerala State Higher Education Council. Dr. Devakumar is an academic expert as well as an industrial expert. He was the junior manager of finance in the Steel Authority of India Limited from 1993 to 1996, and he also worked as the internal audit officer in Kerala Livestock Development Board Limited from 1996 to 2001. He has organized 4 national seminars and is also the author of 4 books. I cordially welcome you, sir. The next person to speak is Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Mahatma Gandhi College, Thiruvananthapuram. He is also a research guide in commerce in the University of Kerala. He has masters in commerce, education, and business administration. He has got more than 15 years of teaching experience. His area of specialization in PhD is finance in the topic prospects of mutual fund industry, an empirical study on investment patterns and priorities. He has presented more than 52 research papers in the national and international conferences in various colleges and universities. He has been a resource person in many national and international conferences. Dr. Pradeep Kumar has published 28 research articles in many international, national peer-reviewed and referred journals with ISSN and 7 textbooks. He is working as a consultant of IGNO, visiting faculty in School of Distance Education, University of Kerala, and resource person of Securities and Exchange Board of India. He has gained sufficient expertise in developing learning management system, LMS, for educational institutions. He is a life member of IAA, ICA, and Sierra. He is also a mentor in Young Innovators Program of KDISC. I warmly welcome you, sir, to the session. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Swapna P. Shivan, MPhil Scholar, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. She is a postgraduate in Environmental Science, Software Engineering, and Sociology. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome Ms. Srima MS, First MA Economics, University of Kerala, to this session.
And I take this opportunity to welcome all dignitaries, delegates, teachers, research scholars, and students to this technical session. Those who are watching the live streaming can ask their questions in the comment section in YouTube, which we will address. And also, while asking the question, please mention to whom the question is, as we have 3 speakers in this session. Let me now invite Professor Abdul Salim to conduct the proceedings as the chair of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Divyanjana, for your nice words. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, let me extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Christabel, who is pivotal in organizing such a remarkable event, 3-day event. I am also I am extending my thanks to my students who have been behind organizing several events in the Department of Economics, and who has already proved their ability in organizing events like this. Now, this session is already started late. Now, I feel that we are left with 90 minutes. And we have 3 resource persons to talk on the subject cooperatives, challenges ahead. And my request to the resource persons is that all of you take 20 to 25 minutes for your presentation. Afterwards, I think together we can have some 15 to 20 minutes left for discussion. So first, we will hear to all the 3 presentations. After that, we will be going to the detailed discussion on the subjects. Now, regarding the theme of this particular session, see, all of you might have heard the presentation, the keynote address made by the Vice Chancellor of the Digital University. And also the later sessions also touched upon this. And let us build on what the keynote presenter made. You know that the role of cooperatives for the development of the country is very important. For most of the times, these cooperatives offer several alternatives to welfare and the development of the people and the society. In India, coming to the experience of the last 4 or 5 decades, we can find that the cooperatives have been playing pivotal role in the economic development and the social life of this country. However, recently there are several attempts from corporate institutions and also from the governmental institutions to contain, to limit the role of the cooperatives in the country through several rules. But in Kerala, the experience is different. Over a period of time, the governments from time to time have been playing very active role in protecting the cooperatives for the benefit of the local economy and the society. You know the recent formation of the Kerala Bank and the context behind forming such a bank, and the important role the bank has in the field of cooperatives, in the field of cooperation again. Now, you know that cooperatives in the state are inspiring examples. Several cooperatives are there, like Uralangal, Kerala Bank, etc. These cooperatives are inspiring examples of an alternative development model and also example of an alternative future where solidarity enterprises put workers or can put workers for the benefit of their welfare and development, and through them for the benefit of the society. Recently, because of several measures adopted by the government and because of some external factors, this sector has been subject to several challenges. with respect to competition, with respect to diversification, with respect to mobilizing more resources for their existence, etc. I'm not going into the details of these very good resource persons are there, and I want to give more time to listen to their presentation. There are 3 resource persons, as our Divyanjana said. Devakumar, who is very much close to me and a close friend of me. Then Pradeep Kumar is also there, and one MPhil scholar is also there. And first of all, let us invite Dr. Devakumar for his presentation on the topic. In between, I need to say one word. By 2:50, I have another engagement. I am pre-assigned with a doctoral committee. So at 2:50, I will be leaving, and the rest of the things can be taken care of by the coordinator, Professor Christabel. Now, Dr. Devakumar, please.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much, Salim sir.
Okay,
happy to see you again. Dr. Anida Madam, Head of the Department of Economics, Abdul Salim sir, Dr. PJ Kastabel, other faculty members of the department, and my dear participants. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. So kindly confirm whether the slides you can see. Is it visible?
No, not visible. Make it visible, sir.
Okay. Now it is visible, I think.
You have started. Yes, now it is visible.
Yes. So this is a topic on which I want to talk today evening. Cooperatives in India, an underexplored business model. In fact, I want to start where Saji sir has concluded. So it is a pleasure for the research scholars. He just pointed out that there is $1 billion data that is available to our budding researchers by way of over 8.54 million registered cooperative societies. We have around 290 million membership, over 110 years of existence, and 60% of our population in one way or the other benefited out of the services of these societies. So when you have a better way to manage these enterprises, these initiatives, when you have a better way to do your business, consciously I'm using the word business, then why we are not doing that? That is my question. Yes. I think it is not in the slide show format. Okay. So this is the question to which I want to draw your attention. A robust growth engine in the past, but unfortunately we couldn't replicate the success, especially post-liberalization era, post-1991. In fact, from the 9th plan onwards, the policy makers, they have neglected this sector to a greater extent. So the institutions formed under this Act, Cooperative Societies Act, being a concurrent subject, both central cooperatives as well as state cooperatives under respective state government legislations we could form. But a definite, concrete, focused policy support from the part of the government as well as part of the various state governments, it is not forthcoming. It's an unfortunate thing. So we have identified these as rural growth engines, having the potential to empower the society as a whole, especially the rural public, the illiterate, the downtrodden, the marginalized sector. On various counts, these institutions, they have proved their mettle. Employment, if it is employment generation, cash flow, ensuring cash flow to the villages, as far as resource mobilization, again, these institutions played a wonderful role in the past across the country. Value addition. So, in fact, the basic lessons of value addition, these institutions, these instrumentalities, in fact, they have taught the exact meaning of value addition to the society, I will say. Then promotion of thrift or credit societies, the role they have played very well. Then the market where the supply can meet the demand. A market making exercise they have effectively ensured. And one person, one vote democracy, that is the difference between haves and have-nots, properly addressed by this kind of instrumentalities. But then this pyramid of things, the various institutions over a period of 110 years we could start. If you place them in a pyramid, the bottom is too flat, meaning the successful ones, if you travel to the top of the pyramid, you'll come across the success rate is very much limited. Why? That is a question today I want to address. So it's a puzzle our society tried to solve for years together. Is there a mere socio-economic build-up, or whether it is something much more than that? Of course, the basic 7 principles, as Saji sir today morning he was pointing out, for the upliftment of the poorer section, the rural population, we have framed those 7 cooperative principles. So well in place. Still, those principles, these institutions are more or less following with good spirit. That is there. So by following those principles, can we have a better alternative? As Salim sir was pointing out, can we have an alternate platform in which these cooperatives can be made more viable? These societies can provide more good to the public. They can address the requirement of the changing requirement of the dynamic requirement of the society of today. So this for analyzing this, the era we can divide into 2: pre-liberalization and post-liberalization. The factor which prompted me to divide this into 2 is the neglect on the part of the policymakers in addressing this particular brand of instrumentalities. Can this instrumentality be operated as a business model? That is a primary question we want to address today. So some of the outcomes we could experience in the past based on the performance or economy and based on the performance of these instrumentalities. So the society form of organizations, they are in fact catering to the requirement of agriculture credit disbursement to the extent of 18%. When it comes to fertilizers, it is 36%. Production of fertilizer distribution, when it comes to production, it is 25%. 1/4 of the total fertilizer production, in fact, contributed by the societies. Then sugar produced, it is almost 50%. Maharashtra and Gujarat. Milk procurement, total of all outputs produced in India, it is 8%. Yarn, it is under cooperative sector. Yarn production, again 22. Handloom, it is 54. Wheat procurement, societies wonderfully handling that responsibility. 33% of the total wheat procurement is handled by the societies. Then fishermen output by these societies to the tune of 21%. Storage facilities, village level PSC is handling the majority of that workload. 64% of the storage facilities operated across the country is owned and operated by the society form of instrumentalities. So this much potential already they have proved their mettle in these sectors. Still, we are reluctant to coin the word business along with cooperatives. Today, Saji sir, in the morning, he was trying to explain that in a different way. It's an economic activity. It's an economic activity. Still, we are reluctant to use the term business. So why it is not business? That is my question. The hand-holding phase, as I have already pointed out, in fact, that ended with the 8th plan. So the different plan periods, if you go through, these are the major highlights in those plans addressing the cooperatives directly. So reminding the cooperatives about these responsibilities, and the policymakers, they have provided ample support, policy support for the welfare of these societies. So I'm not elaborating on that. It's a self-explanatory. So 6th plan, in fact, we have slowly tilted into the business arena, multi-state cooperatives. So at that time, it was felt that you cannot contain the operation of a society within a state. So you have to promote multi-state cooperatives, means you have to extend your area of operations beyond a state. If that is a requirement of the hour, then you can open multi-state cooperatives. So that requirement is addressed in the 6th plan. So there a slight tilt, barring that the policymakers as such, they haven't addressed this particular instrumentality as a business model. So post 9th plan, if you see some minor adjustments here and there, only they are attempting, policymakers, they are attending. So this is again an area where the researchers can explore, because the data, the quantum of data that is available is that huge. So the researchers, of course, they can come out with the reasons why we haven't provided the required support for the societies after the 8th plan. We are supposed to find out the pertinent reasons. So this being the scenario, so we haven't approached this particular form of instrumentalities as an economic venture or a business enterprise. So into that, a number of weaknesses, number of malfunctioning you can identify with the functioning of these societies. Internal as well as structural weaknesses at primary level. Primary level, we know the participants are illiterate, downtrodden, or people with lesser resources. So their role in the society's decision-making process, unless they are given ample support from the hierarchy, they will not be able to participate in an effective manner in this particular form of instrumentalities. So that is a major reason. The structural weakness, we can associate that with this particular reason. Then multiple institutions having limited geographical jurisdiction. So they will find it difficult to break even. So a very lower level or the scale of operation at a very lower level will force these enterprises to operate at suboptimal levels or below break-even point, I will say. I'm borrowing a business terminology to explain that scenario. So even we are not verifying whether a geographical limit will allow these instrumentalities to operate above the break-even level. We are not concerned about that. So the number of membership, based on the number of membership, number of farmers. So we used to form cooperative societies. But there exists a business equation. Whether it can be a sustainable business model, whether it can be a sustainable economic model, most of the time we are not ensuring. That is why our marketing cooperative societies, especially, even in Kerala, they are not performing up to the required level. Credit societies, of course, is flourishing in Kerala. So that is with even company form of organizations. When it comes to non-banking finance companies or even banking companies, Kerala is a robust place where they can establish their business. So that is the same story with cooperative form of organizations also. But non-credit societies, this operating below the break-even level is putting a serious problem to majority of our organizations. Even in Kerala, if that is the scenario in Kerala, you can think about other parts of India. Then overdependence of
10 more
government.
minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
I'll rush up. Okay, thanks, sir. Then overdependence on government finance. Most of the time, these instrumentalities they used to operate as implementing agencies. So again, that is the basic principle of the business model. Then meager shareholding. So because one man, one vote means you're not at all bothered about the capital mobilization part, but for establishing a sound business, capital is the most valuable ingredient, I will say. Then in fact, they are operating with other people's money. So a member participating in the society, contributing a capital means he will be more accountable and he will be focusing more on the performance of such society. It can be made a business model. Then lack of adequate interest. So these things are self-explanatory. I'm not the last one. I want to draw your attention. Cost disadvantage, below par operational scales, not so promising value addition attempt. So as such, simply you are changing the hands from one source to the other. You are providing you are procuring the input, and as such you are trying to market that. This is the case with most of the marketing societies. Then this is the thing I want to highlight as part of my presentation. Success stories. We could produce success stories, a number of success stories. Some of the major success stories only I'm highlighting here. Today morning, there was a mention about Amul and ULCCS. The Amul model started as a small district milk cooperative union in Gujarat. Now it is a wonder. 52,000 crore annual turnover is happening in India, in this part of the world. But even Kerala couldn't replicate that model for the benefit of our state. So the milk production cost, if you make a comparison, the researchers again, I'm drawing their attention. Milk production cost of Gujarat and Kerala, if you compare, the cost advantage these cooperative in Gujarat they are having, and ultimately the price they are getting for the fat they are supplying. So milk here again we are talking about the business of distributing milk only, but Gujarat it is a different story altogether. So for the quantum of milk they are supplying, they will be paid a base price, and the quantity of fat they could provide, they are getting an extra benefit. Thereby, a member, the socio-economic interest can be protected, even if that instrumentality is managed by way of a business model. So it's a very good example. Amul is a very good example in that. So the ultimate beneficiary is the member, is getting the base price plus an extra bonus. In fact, that bonus is more than the base price. That is what we can see from the Amul model. That is Amulia with that model. Now it is 35 million liters milk processing capacity, membership, etc. You can see, and Now they are having more than 100 unique products, with another 60 is in the pipeline. So sooner or later, you can see Amul marketing 200 odd products globally. So that brand itself is 5 billion net worth. 60 processing plants across covers 18,600 villages. Dairy farming as a scale neutral activity. So you can produce milk even with a single cow, but the kind of integration and the leveraging of technology, the farmers can be enriched. The benefit of the farmers can be enhanced to a greater extent. Amul is a better example. So with every cooperative society, this kind of a potential, more or less, it is available. The Rapco story is a story from Kerala, Kannur. It is a future of food and food for the future. So manufacturers of footwear to furniture. Again, a 280 crore conglomerate. So it can happen in Kerala also. Value addition. So they have simply addressed value addition. The same thing which Amul also tried there. Value addition. So where we are in the ladder, value addition ladder, as Sajid sir was pointing out, as you move higher on the ladder, the benefit available to the first line supplier, that is the farmer, ultimate farmer, is much higher. So here the benefit of the technology, in fact, is reaped by the supplier of the basic raw material. So that way the benefit, when it is shared, the 7 principles of
Hello. Umar, please unmute. Unmute. Okay.
Can you see
yes,
my
yes.
Yes. So Rapco is a very good example of leveraging on technology and going for value addition. So 1 or 2 examples only. So if I'm closing my time, please remind me. So the ULCCS model, which already Sajisa was pointing out. So a labor supply society finding a friend in technology and machines. So it's a paradox. We used to feel that it's a paradox, but we have a concrete example in ULCCS. So what they are trying to do, again, they are trying on leverage. They are trying on the technology leverage. They are going for enhancing the scale of operation. They are specializing in specific projects, and the quality of delivery. That is the thing we have to isolate the most. The quality of delivery. They are trying to complete the projects before time. Our projects used to get delayed in Kerala context, but here in the case of ULCCS, they are trying to deliver the projects before time and within the allotted price, tendered price. So the whatever saving they are effecting, a part of that they are in fact handing over to the project owner. So that way, it's an innovation in Kerala, again under cooperative sector. So we have an Indian coffee house experience. What they have done, they've done a simple business, restaurant and beverage outlets, retail beverage outlets. So, over 400 outlets across India, they successfully across the country. But currently, they are losing some of the machines which they could gain over a period of time. So that I will attribute to the absence of innovations and benchmarking their restaurant practices with the requirement of the society today. Because whatever the modern day restaurants and beverage outlets they are providing, they have to they have to innovate. The coffee house in their own way, they have to innovate, and but it's a real life example which we could experience in India. So we have still success stories in Gujarat and Maharashtra. The sugar cooperatives in Gujarat as well as Maharashtra, very good example how the society form of organizations can be run as business entities.
Sir, please wind up. 2 more minutes.
2 more.
Okay.
So, what does a business model demand from the cooperative format? Revenue assurance, sustainable revenue assurance. So don't venture into enterprises where revenue assurance is doubtful. Sustainability is the thing you have to ensure. So if a particular locality is requiring some support, and if that support as it is not self-sustainable, cooperative societies, if they are venturing into that, it will be they will be cutting a sorry figure sooner or later. That is what the experience shows. Scalable product and service portfolios. They have to build that. They have to identify products which can be the operations which can be scaled up, where the potential to scaling up is there. Then unlimited market access. So you have to anticipate a global market. From there, you have to work back. Then network resource sharing. Today, ULCCS model, in fact, they are using that value-driven diversification. So you should be in your gene only, you should be in your core domain only. From that, you try to diversify. Then go for mergers and acquisition. This, the Cooperative Societies Act itself, it provides for mergers and acquisition. Already it is there, but nobody is exploring that possibility. Then the ray of hope is still intact, as Salim sir was mentioning about Kerala Bank. After a long time, we are the government, in fact, they are experimenting with that merger kind of thing, and we have the first scheduled bank in the cooperative sector in India, our Kerala Bank. So participating 13 district cooperative banks are dissolved and amalgamated, and we have a new bank in place of that. So now it is a 2-tier system instead of the traditional 3-tier system. So urban cooperative banks and primary agriculture credit societies joining to the fray, and we can hope that. But I'll say it is a bit late. Reason, after the amalgamation, after the takeover of SBT by SBA, in fact, we have speeded up the move. But the ultimate outcome, when it comes, we may not be having that much nationalized banks. Even private sector banks may be amalgamating, and we'll be having 1 or 2 big major banking players only in Kerala. So Kerala Bank has to compete with such kind of a framework. So that kind of a competition they have to expect, but better late than never. We hope that the Kerala Bank will be a success story after 4 or 5 years. So these are the attributes if we can arrange, finding technology partners, scaling to operate under a cluster environment, sharing of costly resources, digital network partners, then storage and preservation infrastructure to support agriculture, backward and forward integration. M&A is a solution. Automating and scaling up operations for cost leadership. Accrediting for international quality benchmarks means you have to work back. Global market you have to address first. From there, you have to identify your market. Positioning to reap global opportunities. So, concluding my presentation, the time has come. Let us venture to prove the world that our Amuls and Repos are not mere blind ventures by accident. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devakumar, for your nice presentation on an important topic. I think we can have our detailed discussion after all the 3 presentations. Now let me invite Dr. Pradeep Kumar of MG College, Tiruvandhuram. He is going to present on perception of citizens on cooperative and social enterprises, a study in Tiruvandhuram. Over to Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Thank you.
Let me share my presentation. So I can't open that because this presentation is here. Devamar's presentation is here. So please. So let me share my screen. Okay.
Now it's up. Okay.
Okay.
Please share your screen.
Okay. Okay, sir. Now I share. So
yes,
good afternoon, one and all.
Okay, it has come. You can.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Chair Abdul Salim sir, Christabel ma'am, the coordinator, and other faculty members of Department of Economics, University of Kerala. I'm very thankful to give me an opportunity to present my presentation on a topic: perception of citizens on cooperatives and corporate social enterprises, a study in Tiruvandhuram. Actually, this is a part of my project study. So a small type of analysis was done here for the presentation. Okay. So nowadays, we have the importance of what? Entrepreneurs and social enterprises. Let me slide. Yes. So entrepreneurs are innovative, highly motivated, and critical thinkers. So when these attributes are combined with a drive to solve social problems, a social entrepreneur is born. So let me start my presentation with the introduction. The cooperative is a long-established business format. And a cooperative is a business organization that is democratically controlled and owned by its members and which work in the interest of its members. A social enterprise is generally perceived as a business organization with a social mission working in the interest of its community or client group. So the main aim of any cooperatives and social enterprises is job creation, retention, and some social mission. So the present era, it identifies the drivers and barriers to job growth, explores more employment conditions, details the support measures available, and puts forward policy pointers to support delivery of these jobs. Let us get a view on the outlook of Kerala situation. Kerala needs more and better jobs as a strategy towards a future of sustainable economic growth. And there is a concern about the rise of non-standard employment and unemployment in Kerala. The rise in the number of part-time and temporary jobs and the creation of too many locality jobs is a situation we are facing. The creation and retention of good quality jobs would seem to be more critical. So at this situation, the cooperatives and social enterprises can help to address these challenges as they have demonstrated the capacity for job retention and even job growth in the face of various economic crises. So let the significance of this cooperative and corporate social enterprises offer opportunities for cooperative education, corporate social responsibility activities, and corporate social entrepreneurship. And these social enterprises offers the perfect business model for those that aspire to do some good and make that work sustainable. A lot of non-for-profit organizations are seeking opportunities to start or expand ventures that fulfill their mission and provide revenue. A social enterprise is an organization that achieves both. A social enterprise is a profit-seeking organization with a defined social or environmental mission. The major areas of social enterprises are stimulating community economies. So regarding here, in some communities, social enterprises can employ more people that embrace social enterprises to support jobs and helping to build enduring local economies. And so many activities are included in environment and biodiversity, such as upcycling, recycling, food production, composition, ecotourism, natural wildlife, and preservation of sanctuaries, etc., under these social enterprises. And regarding this inclusivity, in many communities, social enterprises can help the gap between, bridge the gap between the young and old, those who settled and traveling communities, etc. And it helps to overcome social exclusion people, socially exclusive people. And also there is a much relationship between the community and business nowadays. So in my study, the scope of my study is I just want to know the perception of citizens about the social enterprises established by government of Kerala here. The major one is, the Kudumbasri. This is a poverty eradication and women empowerment program implemented by State Poverty Eradication Mission of the government of Kerala, started in 1997. And there is Kudumbasri community network system is there. It consists of a 3-tier structure with neighborhood groups as primary level units, area development societies at the ward level, and community development societies at the local government levels. And the community network is formed around the central themes of poverty eradication and women empowerment. And its main features include democratic leadership, support structures from the Kudumbasri family. The third one, developed by government of Kerala, was Sandesh One Social Enterprises Network for Women, where 100+ member entrepreneurs network will be set up in all the 1,000+ local bodies of Kerala. Okay. And the Kerala State Women's Development Corporation came up with this Sandesh One in all urban and rural areas across Kerala with the aim of unifying and supporting the efforts of female social entrepreneurs in the state. Another one is support to training and employment program for women under the name STEP. And this is the Kerala State Women Development Corporation is a nodal agency for support to training and employment program for women of the government of Kerala. And this scheme provides 90% of assistance as a grant in aid by the government of India, and the balance fund is to be mobilized by state government or NOG. And there are at least the scheme provides employment opportunities for more than 500 women, and it's very attractive scheme, providing various training programs such as dairy development, agriculture, small-scale industries, employing large number of women, etc. under this scheme. And the latest one, another one is She Taxi, which is a fleet of taxi cabs owned and operated by women for transporting women commuters exclusively, started in November 2013 in Thiruvananthapuram. So all these are the major social enterprises started by the government of Kerala here. And there are so many other social enterprises in other areas also. The need and significance of this paper is the corporate social enterprises focuses on collaborative action that broadens the notion of the common bond through new approaches to cooperatives to build a social solidarity economy. In doing so, this corporate social enterprises gives more active consideration to the interest of labor, the local community, and society in the design and development of cooperative enterprises. But the awareness of public about the corporate social enterprises and their activities is very significant regarding their growth and growth. So the objective set is to examine how this corporate social enterprises expresses a commitment to integrating and extending the application of corporate values in a wider range of social enterprises. And for this study, 180 samples were selected for the study, for the survey, using this convenient sampling method. And the questions were asked about the awareness and understanding of social enterprises, buying behavior, motivation for supporting social enterprises, public perception of the relative urgency of various social causes, and define the characteristics of social enterprises. So this is the socioeconomic status of respondents, and skipping that. Regarding the level of awareness of social enterprises, when this particular question is asked, interestingly, only 65% of the respondents are aware of the term corporate, the social enterprise, and 35% are unaware of the term the social enterprise, even though the 100% of the people are knowing about the Kudumbasri and the She Taxi and other things. So this finding suggests that deliberate effort should be taken by the stakeholders, the media, research centers to raise the level of public awareness of social enterprises, because these social enterprises help very much help in our flood period in Kerala during the last 3 years, and also in the COVID-19 situation. And media coverage of social enterprises has to be increased to increase the level of awareness. And regarding the source of awareness, the internet is the leading channel through which the public become aware of these name of the social enterprises. The print media and the word of mouth remain among the top 3 ways respondents learn about social enterprises, but word of mouth has overtaken print media to become the media through which almost half of the respondents learned about social enterprises. So this number points to the growing dependence on the internet for information among the youngest segment of the population, as the major samples included are young people. Regarding the increased understanding of social enterprises, it gives a positive correlation between awareness and understanding. Majority of the respondents were identified the Kudumbasri and She Taxi as social enterprises, but the other enterprises are not identified by these samples. It is concluded that awareness can significantly enhance the correct identification of social enterprises, which led to support a comprehensive program to increase both awareness and understanding of social enterprise. Regarding the whether they are interested to buy from these social enterprises, question was asked, and the buying behavior and intent of respondents to purchase goods and services from social enterprises states that there does not appear to be a breakthrough in converting non-buyers and increasing the sustainability of social enterprises. The challenge for social enterprises lies in converting these non-buyers to ready buyers or buyers in order to build financial sustainability and scale social impact. Regarding the public awareness and purchase behavior and intent, the findings suggest that the increasing awareness of social enterprises could change buying behavior and intent to buy and help to deepen the markets for goods and services produced by social enterprises. The link between awareness and the propensity to buy states that better understanding of social enterprise would translate to increased buying interest. And there are certain reasons identified for purchasing from social enterprises. And regarding their significance, the major findings were the top 3 reasons for buying from social enterprises were which contribute back to society and believe in the social cause of social enterprise, and it meets the needs of the people. The price and quality of the products are the 4th and 5th reasons for buying from social enterprises, and the suggestions given by the reasons given by the sample were motivating public buying behavior and intent from other category are believing in their social mission. Some percentage, very minute percent, they are saying that we are believe in their social mission, their quality and uniqueness in goods or service offered by these social enterprises. So regarding the reasons to purchase from social enterprises, certain reasons were quoted, and the reason, the conclusion or the finding from that is the top reason for buyers and ready buyers to purchase from social enterprises remain the social mission. Everyone is buying from products from Kudumbasri or utilizing this She Taxi and other types of social enterprises because they remain the social mission. And social enterprises need to stay true to their social cause and mission and avoid unintended mission trips in order to keep current customers and convert ready buyers to buyers. Among the buyers and non-buyers, the quality of the product and service offered by the social enterprises appears to matter more. Quality has become a more important consideration for the sales and profitability of social enterprises. The hotels run by these Kudumbasri units were almost attracted by the common public, and they are saying that if the enterprises are run by the Kudumbasri, then they have some confidence on the working of that particular enterprises. Social entrepreneurs will also want to pay attention to ensuring the uniqueness of their goods and service, etc. And regarding the public perception of characteristics of social enterprise, so there are certain characteristics given, and some test was also done, but that is not shared here. Nearly the balance between making profits and solving social problem is the third most important characteristics of social enterprises. And the second one has, that is the first major characteristics identified by the respondents regarding the characteristics of social enterprises have clear social goals to solve social problems. And the second one is make social goals as the core mission of the enterprise was the second most important characteristic. And the third one was balance between making profit and solving social problem. So this suggests that the distinctive feature of social enterprise remains their goal in solving social problems. And the major recommendations from this study is the government of Kerala and social entrepreneurs can take more effort to launch public campaigns to market itself, and it can increase understanding of social enterprises, providing more consulting and training programs for social enterprises, and collaborate with media to raise the profile of social entrepreneurs and social enterprises to achieve the social needs in the community. To conclude, there is a growing recognition of the hybrid nature of social enterprises and their dual goals of social impact and financial return. More work remains to be done. So future public communication and education efforts will want to emphasize the business dimension of social enterprises. A more balanced and accurate view of social enterprises may help to secure to meet social needs in the community as well as win crucial support to ensure the viability of their business. So cooperatives and social enterprises can and do deliver positive employment outcomes as well as good jobs. They appear to do this by incorporating the human resource practices which are being championed by many mainstream business. And this seeks a need to support and promote cooperatives and social enterprises at the national and regional level as a vehicle for socio-economic development. Thank you. Sir. Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello, Pradeep, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Professor Abdul Salim, he has to leave because of some official matters. So I'm taking charge of the session. So thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Let us wait for some questions. So by that time, let me move to the next presentation by Ms. Swapna P. Shivan. On the title of her paper is Role of Kudumbashree in Women Empowerment, Study of Thiruvananthapuram Muslim Municipal Corporation Areas in Kerala State, India. So you can start your presentation, Swapna. Can you hear us?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint to share?
Yes, I have.
Okay, please do it and start your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, madam.
Do you need any support, any help? Can you do this screen sharing? Any issue is there?
Ma'am, I'm connecting.
Fine. Take your own time. No problem.
Okay. Hello.
Tell me, Swapna. We can
Okay,
we can view your presentation. Can you make it slideshow so that it will be more clear?
Okay.
Slideshow option. Yeah, after animations, the slideshow option. Can you click that? No, the right after it's in the right hand side of animations. Slideshow option is in the right hand side of animation menu. Slideshow. It's okay. Then you start. If you're okay, then you start with your presentation. No problem.
Okay, madam.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, madam, for this opportunity for me to present this presentation. And I am Swapna P. Shivan. I'm a MPhil scholar in the Karyavattam Sociology Department. And here we all know that our topic is about the cooperative mutual aid and solidarity economics. That is experience from around the world. So the cooperative society is essentially an association of persons who join together on a voluntary basis for the furtherance of this common economic interest. The huge examples of the we are talking about the cooperative societies are there. Here I am going to discuss about the role of Kutumbasri and women empowerment, a study of Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation areas in Kerala state, India. The keywords which is regarding my studies are the Kutumbasri, women empowerment, poverty alleviation, and self-help group in Kerala. Kutumbasri was launched by the government of Kerala in 1998 with an aim to eradicate poverty in rural and urban areas of Kerala through community development schemes under the leadership of local self-governments. It is now considered as one of the largest women empowering projects in India and accompanies different kind of activities like thrift and credit, micro enterprises, income generating activities, and a wide range of welfare activities. The Kutumbasri chooses family-based approach. It reaches the family through women and the community through these families. The Kutumbasri forms self-help groups with members preferably from the same socio-economic background and a village-based financial intermediary usually composed of 10 to 20 local women. Each member makes a contribution for generating a capital with that group. After that, SHG, that is, these small groups begin lending services to its members without any collateral security. The collected funds may then be lent back to the members to serve different purposes. Many SHGs are associated with banks for the delivery of microcredit. The Reserve Bank of India nearest commercial or regional rural bank or even a cooperative bank to open savings bank account for SHGs. And the Kutumbasri is thus granted the same privileges. It thus chooses to focus on three major aspects that are the women empowerment, economic empowerment, and social empowerment. The Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation administrates the city of Thiruvananthapuram and is the largest city corporation in Kerala by area and population. The corporation spent over 214.86 kilometers. Like with the corporation system of Kerala, Trivandrum Municipal Corporation too is further regionalized into wards. It functions with 100 wards and forms a strong ground for a study of Kutumbasri. Next is about the structure of Kutumbasri. Kutumbasri has three tiers community-based organizations for its effective administration and decentralized operations. First one is in the neighborhood group. In the third point, is there neighborhood group, NHG. This is the lowest tier consisting of 15 to 14 women members from poor families. Meetings are arranged on a weekly basis in the house of one of the NHG member. Next is Area Development Society, that is ADS. This is the second tier. The ADS are formed at ward level panchayat, municipality or a corporation by joining 10 to 15 NHGs. Next is Community Development Society, that is CDS. This is the highest tier. It is formed by union of all the areas in the respective panchayat in rural or municipality and in town or in corporation in city areas. It monitors the thrift and credit activities of NHCs at the levels that is panchayat or municipality or corporation level. Next is about women's empowerment. In many discussions and studies, it is found that the women have been treated as second-class citizens of all across the globe. It is a fact that almost common everywhere, irrespective of the development index of a country, women have always been subjected to denied rights and support systems
for their adequate functional growth. The women are not independent entities. Especially in Kerala, they are formed to be fully associated and dependent on men, particularly in addition to other aspects in the context of intellectual and professional capabilities. One of the remedies then is to improve the woman's status in society, which has consequently become the goal of various women empowerment schemes. The empowerment has been considered an effective tool being about changes in the social conditions of women. A nation, society, as well as the individual himself or herself cannot progress adequately until the status of woman in the region is improved in the very least. Gandhi, in 1930, our Mahatma Gandhi, written about the role of woman in society, that to call woman the weaker sex is a libel. It is a man's injustice to woman. If by strength is meant moral power, then woman is immeasurably man's superior. According to the United Nations Women Empowerment definition has 5 major components that are the woman's sense of self-worth, the right to have and to determine choices, the right to have access to opportunities and resources, the right to have the power to control their own lives both within and outside the homes. The 5th point is this ability to influence the direction of social change to create a more just social and economic order, both nationally and internationally. Next is about the literature review. Manjusha, who in 2010 assessed the level of empowerment achieved by the woman for the Ulladan tribe, which is in Ernakulam district. 1 minute. Of the North Paravur Taluk in Ernakulam district of Kerala. The study is an attempt through Kutumbashree units. The findings shows that the significant change has come about in the socio-economic life of women. Talk in the Taluk change was also observed in the political as well as in the general skills of respondents through the Kutumbashree units. Next is objectives of this study. The study was conducted among the Kutumbashree members of Trivandrum Corporation area on Kerala state only. The present study was undertaken with the following objectives: to identify the major factors on the empowerment of women, to determine the age, marital status and education level of Kutumbashree members, to measure the usefulness of Kutumbashree for the women empowerment, to know income level of women per year after joining a Kutumbashree unit, to give suggestions for the empowerment of women in future policy makings of the Kerala state, to know the occupation-wise distribution of Kutumbashree members. Here, my methodology, which is I had to take on for this study, was the population of the study is Kutumbashree members of Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation area. The field survey was carried out covering all areas of Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. The sample population includes these members who were active in the Kutumbashree group during the period. January 2010, December 2014, the pre-tested structured questionnaire prepared in local language was used. The Kutumbashree members were individually met for collecting accurate data directly. A random sample of 250 members was selected for the study. Here, the data analysis is shown in the table. The table highlights that most of the members fell within 30 to 38 age slab. And the highest number of respondents fell within 24 to 29 age slab. And see this graph, the marital status of Kutumbashree members was also ascertained at the time of the interview, and the data collected was compiled and tabulated in the table. Next is education level of Kudumbashree members was compiled and tabulated. The education level of women tabulated in table 3. This is the table 3 one. Shows that 35.6% has passed the secondary school education and 31.2 has +2 pre-degree and 12.4 has diploma education, which includes polytechnic and other technical job-related diploma courses, while 11.6% has graduation. 3.59% of the total 250 respondents are postgraduates. This is the educational level of women in Kudumbashree units. Next is the usefulness of Kudumbashree in respondents' life. And actually, about the study, 52% of the total 250 respondents mentioned that the Kudumbashree units are very useful, but 4% consider the unit useful, followed by the Kudumbashree units have no usefulness in their lives. But in 34.8% of the total 250 respondents' income increased to around 30,000 to 40,000 per year, until for 29.2% of respondents, income per year increased to Rs 20,000 to 30,000. Lastly, around 20% of the respondents, the rise in income was to 40,000. The Kudumbashree members are engaged in various occupations for earning their livelihoods. Information about the occupation of the Kudumbashree members under the study was collected, and from the study, here that is graph in the largest share of Kudumbashree members was found to be housewives, followed by here we can see, and followed by entrepreneurs, business 23.2%, and following the next largest there, unskilled laborers found by the next most dominant group 21.6%, while skilled labor 16% came into 4th place respectively. See, all these things we can see in this picture. And so from all these studies comes to some conclusions, that the findings and conclusion next we are discussing. The highest number of respondents, that is 31.6%, is well in 30 to 35 age slab, and 28.4%, 24.29 are slab, and 13.6% of the total 250 respondents fell between the ages of 36 to 41. The Kudumbashree make drastic changes in the socio-economic life of women in Kerala generally, and particularly in urban areas of Thiruvananthapuram. Kudumbashree project boosted the women empowering strategies adopted in Kerala state. Success of Kudumbashree is not only for the individual benefits of women, but also their family, community, etc. The Kudumbashree has enhanced entrepreneurship and leadership and the capacity of women to work and earn together. The status of women family has thus sustainably improved. The International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo at 1994 clearly pointed out that the policymakers of the state should understand the contribution of women in the development process. So the empowering women and improving the social and economic status are essential ingredients to realizing the full potential economic and political development of the entire society and to ensuring sustainable development. And some of the suggestions for this. Major suggestions from respondents and researchers as listed in below, that the continuous and rigorous leadership training required for individuals and group members, a long duration, fine with low interest rate is required for sustainable women empowerment via entrepreneurship activities. Support from family is the most important factor. Women empowerment and awareness programs should be conducted all regular intervals. 24/7 helpline numbers are required to proper guidance. Audio-visual aids and programs like radio, television, etc. will boost the women empowerment and development strategies. The entrepreneurship as a subject should be taught as per the school and graduate curriculum. These are some of the reference of this my study. Thank you for getting this opportunity. My section is over, madam.
Thank you, Swapna. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. So we have come to the end of the presentations, 3 presentations scheduled in this session. We had a very interesting papers, 3 papers in this session. The first one is by Dr. Devakumar on cooperatives in India and an unexplored business model. He talked about the cooperative movement in India and how the handholding happened over the different 5-year plans of Government of India, and what are the different issues the cooperatives as a business model face in the modern century, because cooperatives are about 110 years of age, so that the base is so flat, and as a management expert and as a person from industry or industrial expert, he could look through the lens of the business or from the point of view of scaling up the business of cooperatives. So that presentation was so interesting from the point because for an economist like me, because we usually think about, or this conference is almost everything about solidarity economies, and we think that it is like an iceberg, because the formal sector is only the tip of the iceberg, where the rest of the iceberg can't be seen by the captured by the formal sector. So the cooperative societies and the other informal arrangements which we can observe, especially in the global south, that is the part of the solidarity economies, where a large number of millions of people are engaged with, and they try to enhance their livelihood. They try to make a living out of these institutionalities, so that they can come out of their basic issues of poverty, unemployment, and so on. Using some interesting examples which we all know about, like Amul, Rapco, then Kerala Bank, and some other examples. Using some examples, he tried to give a ray of hope towards the future of cooperatives in India, because as per Dr. Devakumar, we could find that the Amul, the experiences of Amul is actually taken place in India. But the problem is, in many of the states, in many of the contexts, the example of Amul is just merely replicated without studying the local conditions. So that is the reason why the cooperatives couldn't set foot in some parts of India, especially in the northeast part and other things. But at the same time, if you take the case of Western India, that is Gujarat, Maharashtra, that states are celebrating different cooperative movements, as Sir has rightly pointed out. The sugar cooperatives, the cotton cooperatives, and the milk cooperatives, they actually had a very great success, because they followed the scale business, and they took that challenge from the point of view of business, rather than helping the people in the localities and so on. So that is really interesting, and I would like to make some simple comments or observations on his presentation. Yes, we can go for business models and other things, and in the last slide he was trying to say something about the suggestions on bringing in innovation, cooperatives to the forefront or the mainstream, so that more people can make a better living out of cooperatives. But the issue is, if you want to make value added products, or if you if you want to have a business, then naturally we should have innovations, a lot of innovations which we used to have earlier, that won't be enough for the changing conditions, because we are moving fast forward to the industry 4.0, and that kind of changes are happening very rapidly in one part of the world, and these institutions are lagging very far behind when we compare with the new generation kind of industries and other things. So my concern is that gap is enlarging, or that gap gets widened, because these cooperatives or these institutions having very low technology content, as well as the level of innovation is very low, and how can they catch up with the modern industries and modern institutions or the challenges like artificial intelligence and other things. So it's only a very quick comment. And the positioning of the products and services, global scaling. Many of the cooperatives are facing a lot of problems, and I would like to hear from you a very quick comment on that. Coming to the next presentation on Dr. Pradeep Kumar, it is really interesting on the social enterprises. So how the citizens, how the people are looking into the social enterprises, how much awareness they have on the social enterprises, and what is their perception towards enterprises. That is actually an eye-opener for a person like me, because I have been working in this area for a very long period. And he tried to bring out the difference between awareness and understanding. That itself is a very innovative kind of doing research, and he has come out with very interesting research points to us to think about. Actually, what Dr. Pradeep was trying to say is that the young people, they are more towards internet, and they try to get the information from the internet rather than from the print media, and they are a bit more aware about the social enterprises rather than the older generation who still depend on the print media and other kind of materials. Yet another interesting observation he tried to bring up about the buying behavior. If it is a social enterprise, naturally the cost of that products and services will be more. And when you go to buy that particular product, naturally you should have some feeling towards that particular product, because that is produced by some social enterprise and other things. And that itself is a challenge for that kind of enterprises. Yes, the people's perception and that actually creates demand, because the perceptions or the behavior, the buying behavior starts from the perception of the people. So the marketing question, the branding question, that is to be taken care of, or that is brought into the central stage by the presenter. And also he raised the problem of quality of the product and services. Actually, that is the major issue we face when we try to promote the social enterprises. Whatever they bring out may not be having the quality and the attributes which the customers would like to find from that. So my simple question is, as a person from commerce background, or as a person who is teaching business in classroom, and as a person who would like to look into the social enterprises from the perception point of view, how can we improve it? How can we improve the quality? Is it, as I told earlier, is it due to can we make it using innovations, technology, or can we change the perception of the people? Okay, so is it only through the change in the behavior of the people can we replace, or can we reposition the social enterprises in the milieu of our society? So that is a very quick comment on Dr. Pradeep's paper. The last paper is by Swapna P. Shivan. It is very interesting paper on Kudumbashree. I think that is part of our MPhil research work, but an astonishing result, what I found is that of 52% of the people found that Kudumbashree is useful, but the rest of the population, they feel that that is not that much useful. So that is a very critical kind of a result which Swapna could come out to bring out, and that itself raises a lot of questions on entrepreneurship and a lot of other inputs the people get from these institutions, especially from Kudumbashree and other things. And yet another important feature or important observation she could bring out is that of most of the people who are the members of Kudumbashree are still housewives. Those who are skilled or those who are having some background, they are still in a lower side. So whatever the most important idea behind Kudumbashree is to enhance business among women. So it is only by about less than 25%, 1/4 of the women could find a living out of Kudumbashree, and rest of the people, they are depending Kudumbashree just for consumption credit and other things. So that is an interesting kind of a revealing fact from Swapna's study. And I would like to know one important thing. The data say that 48% of the people or the members, they feel that it is not that much useful. So can you bring out some more? Can you present some more information about that? Why do they feel like that? Or those who feel it is useful, why it is different from that of the people who does not feel that much useful? So have you done any comparative analysis? And if you say something about it, that will be really enlightening for us. Thank you for that, for the presentations. I think there are there's some questions in the chat box. Divyanjana, are you there? Divyanjana?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read out the questions, and can you mention to whom that questions are meant for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now
after Divya read out the questions, the presenters can respond to the questions, and if you want to add something more, you can do that. Thank you.
Now we will have the question and answer session. The first question is to Professor Devakumar from Rekha V. The question is whether the formation of Kerala Bank also comes under the success story of cooperatives. Will you please mention your opinion about the merger of DCBs and SCB?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay. Thank you for the nice words, Dr. Christabel, madam. So it's a nice question. So at the outset, I will say be optimistic, because already we are late. I will say late by some 6 to 10 years. So why it is so? Because the banking space as such, the number of operators it is getting reduced. So sooner or later, we will end up with 1 or 2 major banks operating in this space. So there, in fact, these cooperatives, they have to operate. They have to compete with these banking giants. So already we have witnessed the merger of SBT with SBI, and some small banks like Bank of Baroda and Vijaya Bank merging with SBI we have seen. And so if that it is already triggered, and that eventually is going to create problems for our small cooperative banks. So what is the solution? In fact, it is not by choice we have gone for this merger. So we were forced to go for the merger. So what is the remedy that is available? You have to price your products, banking products, at competitive prices when compared to these global, these major banking instrumentalities. So how it can be made, as Kastabal Madam was rightly pointing out, we have to leverage on technology. So what is the status of technology infusion as far as our cooperative societies, cooperative banks were concerned? So with this kind of infrastructure and capital accounts, they may not be able to fund the technology which is costly. The major reason behind small banks going for a merger is they are not they are not in a position to afford the cost of operating or cost of buying these technologies and operating these technologies. Even running an ATM in a particular place with a duplicate ATM. So it is taking away their profits. So that is why, in place of 5 or 6 ATMs functioning in a focused place, they will have only one ATM now. The services of which will be shared. So the effective cost will come down to that extent. So that is a major advantage when you have a larger unit. So that advantage they have identified, and the nationalized banks they are going for that. So then at that time, what was the status of the cooperative district cooperative banks? They were not having ATMs or even the core banking solutions with them. So if they want to go for technology, they have to make appropriate investments there. So where from they will fund those investments, hefty investments. That is not possible with the individual district cooperative banks. So that is why they have gone for that. We are already late, but now they have to compete with the major banks. So that is the reason why Kerala Bank can be a success, but now the speed with which they have to cope up with the strategies of these major banks, that will determine the success or failure of Kerala Bank. So that is a comment I want to make on that. Then one more comment I want to add, that is about Dr. Kastabal's remarks. It was regarding scaling up and using technology. But the same thing I want to add there also. So when you address a local market alone, and when you try to sell your product in that market alone, but the time has changed. Now, world is a global village where anywhere from the world you can order things. So that is taking place with even villages, and slowly villages are drastically. So villages we are losing. We are so an immediate outcome is we will have lesser number of villages and more urban, more of urban area. So what will happen to the demand then? Demand for cooperatives. So if they are not able to produce better quality products, diversified products, products which can be compared with the products offered by other part of the world, it will be very difficult to, because earlier the villages used to be insulated. Now that kind of an insulation is not there with the villages. So with digital marketing getting a boost, with all the territories connected by internet, so the product access. So that is why in my presentation I have pointed out that instead of a bottom-up approach in identifying a market space, we should go for the top-down approach. So first you have to take the global market. So if you are able to produce and sell, you are able to compete in that, you try to do that. What Amul is trying to do now. Then you come down. If you don't have such a market for your benefit, then you reduce the size of the market and as per your nature of things, you can have a market chosen. So that is a comment I want to add. So one more question I have read in the comments regarding kind of profit motives of cooperative. To what extent they can target a profit? Can I answer that question?
Sir, please do it. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So it's a level playing field now. So it's a cooperative, or it is Amul or Repco or a multinational brand. So that difference is slowly disappearing. So if you have a product with quality, and if you can compete with the international pricing, then only you have a space. Otherwise, a natural death. That only will happen. So it is the right time. So if individually, if you cannot, you integrate. You go for integration. You go for shared resources. You go for the leverage of clustering, because the government is not going to pump in that kind of capital to such institutions in future to ensure their sustenance. So it's a level playing field. It's opened up. So there, in fact, profit margins are very thin. Slim margins you are supposed to operate. So what with thin margins, how can you ensure your sustainability? So there comes the answer. So volume. There comes the answer, scalability. So if you are into a business which can be scaled up, so with the kind of margins, tiny margins available, if you can address the volume, there you can survive. Otherwise, you have a product with higher profit margin but limited volume means, again, you will end up with a lower level of profit. Again, the sustainability in the long run, you cannot give any assurance. So cooperatives should identify this threat because they are competing with global giants now. So that is the thing. Post 1991, the policy, the policy support we couldn't enjoy as we used to have in the earlier plans. So post 1991, the government have identified that thing. So it's a level playing field. Cooperatives, they were to from there on, because for example, if you take the technology initiative, that came from their part only, the society's part only. So they have gone for that, and that is why they have more export than the domestic sales, and they are making the profit. And ultimately, the beneficiaries are the members. So that is the thing you have to take. So profit is not a negative word, even for the cooperatives. That is the thing I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have questions from Professor Pradeep Kumar. The question is from Sri Lakshmi Sudhakaran. How can we ensure that the social enterprises are sustainable enough?
Thank you, Christopher ma'am, for the nice words and for giving me an opportunity to present here. Regarding this particular question, I would like to say that the social enterprises are more sustainable economically, environmentally, and socially. Okay, so we can ensure that the main objective and function of that social enterprises should be socially responsible one, whether they are protecting certain things for the environment and whether it is economically viable to the people of backward people, especially. For example, this, when we observe this Kudumbasri and other sheet tax, it gives more employment opportunity to the women people. So it is mainly very helpful to these particular groups. Another question I saw here is, does our country has any laws to regulate the social enterprises? There are certain laws and certain points here in the Companies Act 2013, and also regarding this social enterprises, there are certain rules and regulations in the Societies Registration Act of the particular state, and certain other acts like the Trust Act, etc. So that would be protecting or regulating this functioning of these social enterprises. And one thing asked by Visible Ma'am is how we can get aware the common people regarding this functioning of the cooperative social enterprises. Nowadays, the young generation are mostly they want to be in technological advanced activities. So the functioning of these social enterprises can be provided through that area. And the young generation has a vision that they will be more support to the socially responsible enterprises, because they think that when we approach or when we buy goods from these social enterprises, it will be useful to the society. There are so many examples we can see in our Kerala itself, that purchasing ambulances and other activities by the cooperatives and social enterprises to help the poor and the disadvantaged people. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have questions for Ms. Swapna. How does Kudumbashree help in empowering women as a collective group in ensuring economic development? This is from Sri Lakshmi Sudhagar.
Are you available?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Actually, members of the Kudumbashree unit should be encouraged to take up income generating activities. So for this, entrepreneurship development programs may be conducted and proper training may be provided in this regard. The schools or having non-vocational courses can be utilized for providing training process. And one of the thing is all members of the group are to be insisted to open bank accounts so as to increase their banking habit skills in doing banking operation independently. And to ensure promotional measures for the active participation of Kudumbashree members in every group meetings and Grama Sabha meetings held in their own wards. And one more thing, proper orientation should be provided to all the Kudumbashree members about the scope, aim, and objectives of Kudumbashree for this internal resources which is utilized. And one more thing, the members must volunteer to ensure their involvement in different activities initiated by the groups, including the policies. And even though the Kerala is well known for its high literacy rate, it is unfortunately that in the village, women do not get any support from their family to encourage entrepreneurship. Well, these types of activities, they will not getting that much of support from the family. So this has to change. This has reduced the level of self-confidence among women. And even though some improvement is evident in the lives of Kudumbashree members, but the journey is to continued. So with the efforts so as to attain a high level of achievement in the future. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Divyanjana, can you move to the next proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you, all the presenters. Let us move for the vote of thanks.
Now, I would like to invite Ms. Srima MS, first MA Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Divyanjana. Good evening to one and all. On this occasion, I would like to present my sincere gratitude to the respected dignitaries and my colleagues. I take this golden opportunity to express my gratitude to respected Professor Dr. Abdul Salim sir for chairing the session. Thank you, sir. I also thank Dr. Christabel PJ for handling the session. Thank you, ma'am. I also extend my gratitude to Dr. Devakumar PS, Associate Professor for Commerce, Government College for Women, for his notable participation. His idea of economic empowerment, business model, and cooperative form of business showed the whole essence of economic development. Thank you, sir. We felt indebted to hold detailed session carried out by Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Assistant Professor of Commerce, MG College, his notions of social entrepreneurship and acknowledgement to promote cooperative and social enterprise as a vehicle for social and economic development was worth. Thank you, sir. I also thank Ms. Sopna P. Shivan, MPhil Scholar in Sociology Department, University of Kerala, for presenting the paper on active role of Kudumbashri and women empowerment. Her effective survey on Kudumbashri led to the economic and financial development of women. Thank you, Ms. Sopna. I also thank Ms. Divyanjana for her welcome speech. From the bottom of my heart, I thank the whole session of audience who made a remarkable participation, hence made the event glorious and informative. Thank you. Our third session is from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. on the topic philanthropy, the state mutual aid who should fund knowledge production in social sciences by Maribel Morey. So please join us by 7 p.m. using the same link. Thank you.
So we will join back by 7 p.m. Please stay tuned for the presentation of Dr. Maribel Morey from Miami Institute of Social Sciences. Till then, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.